Right now, somewhere in a classroom, a high school senior is staring at her laptop, wondering what she's supposed to do with the rest of her life. Right now, somewhere on a military base, a service member is folding a uniform he's worn for 15 years and thinking about what comes next. Both of you, wherever you are, you're exactly who we built this for. Welcome to service to the nation. I'm Dr. Victor McCrary, and over the next few hours, we're going to talk about the future, not the far off science fiction future, the right now future, the one being built in labs and data centers across this country by people who decided they wanted to be part of something bigger than themselves. Here's the truth, folks. Artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, quantum computing, these are not buzzwords. They are national priorities. Countries around the world are racing to lead in these fields. And the only way America stays ahead is if we invest in you, the students, the veterans, the spouses, the people with grit and curiosity who are willing to show up and do the work. This is what service looks like in 2026. It's not just wearing the uniform, though we honor every single one of you who has. It's also writing the code, designing the system, securing the network, building the future this country needs. So, over the next few hours, we're going to meet leaders from every corner of America's economy and the pathways that lead into it: retail, apprenticeship, energy, education, government, healthcare, real people in real industries with real pathways you can walk into. And we're starting strong. Our first segment is retail and digital commerce. And before anybody out there tunes out thinking retail isn't for me, pump the brakes. Retail is the most AI transformed industry on the planet right now. Every time you click buy now, there's a supply chain, a recommendation engine, a fraud detection system, and a sustainability calculation working in the background. Veterans, your logistics experience. That's gold here. Students, the way you think about online shopping, you're closer to this industry than you realize. And to walk us through it, we have a woman who is genuinely doing it all. Christine Burkett is an entrepreneur, an IT consultant, and a nationally recognized tech influencer. She's a chemist by training who built her career in technology. And then in 2024, she launched La Merde Designs, a sustainable fashion company that's using textile recycling innovation to transform an entire industry. She speaks around the world on digital equity, data security, and sustainability. She sits on the advisory board for the Strategic AI Certificate Program at Cornerstone University. She is the future of what tech leadership looks like. Listen up. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Miss Christine Burkett.
Hey, thanks. Listen, it is so great to be a part of this program. I think this is a tremendous opportunity, and I hope that what I share with you today in some way enhances your concept or your idea of where you want to go next in workforce development. So let's get started. So one of the things that I want to say to you is that Dr. McCray is right on point. You know, retail is right in the middle of everything that's happening with AI. So without further ado, let's just kind of get through this so we can think about what's next. So when we talk about the presentation, the future of retail and digital commerce, where technology meets opportunity, well, it's already there. So we're going to kind of go through this presentation, but I want to kind of talk to you as if we're both in the same room. So one of the things I always tell my students, grab a piece of paper and a pen or a pencil because you're going to need to take notes. When we think about traditional retail, you know, back in the day, you know, my son says, Mom, when you guys had storefronts, well, you guys have storefronts too. You have digital storefronts, and your digital storefronts are right at your fingertips, tablet, phone, but it's even much further than that. You know, even now, when you think about e-commerce, one of the things that you guys, or some of you may know, or some of you may not know, is that virtual reality also has e-commerce. We have stores that's in this VR space where you could walk down the street, I don't know, as a bunny rabbit or as fabulous you, and go into these stores and shop. Or you can just jump on your phone and jump into any store. So when you think about traditional retail, like your physical stores, your customer service, cashiers, inventory, sales associates, well, now that's all a one-stop shop because you guys have online shopping that ranges from TikTok to Shopify to Amazon, and they're all AI powered shopping experiences that every time you touch one thing, it tells you what's next. So the example is if you didn't realize that you were being, I don't know, data collected, or when they talk about machine learning, everything that I say to you is actual job. So every time you click a button and you say to yourself, wow, what are they getting from this? What are they getting from me? Well, when you shop at Amazon and you click on TikTok, a product link, order food, online, buy sneakers, you're participating in what we call the digital commerce. Your data is being collected. So here's an example. Yeah, that clothing line you talked about. When you thought about sustainability, you were thinking, oh, Lamar Day, it can't really be that hot. Well, sustainable clothing lines can be hot. And the way it came about that was just thinking about how do we still save the planet and still have fashion? So I sat down with a piece of paper and pen first before I even touched technology. And I thought about the plan. So before you start doing anything, you've got to map out what it is that you want to do from start to finish. So there's no gaps in your communication and your delivery. Those are things, those are tools that can transfer from anything. Just think about when you write a paper. First, you want to think about, I don't know, the hypothesis. Oh, sorry, that's the chemistry thing in me popping up. But I do. Everything to me is a hypothesis. The question of what am I going to do and how am I going to solve this problem? So when you think about it from that perspective, think about it this way. The latest technology in retail was also a hypothesis. So when you think about, I don't know, AI bots, the AI bots, the chat bots are only as good as the information you put in them. So when someone wants to ask like the most common questions and you're trying to figure out how do they know that I have this question? Because they've taken your data every time you pushed a any little thing in TikTok, you ask the question online, they're taking that information and saying, humans are going to probably ask this question as it relates to this type of product. And therefore, they put frequently asked questions so they can go into the chat and they can respond to you. And at some point, you're saying to yourself, what's happening is asking me, do I want to talk to a real person? Because now you've gone through all of their initial frequently asked questions. But understand this, it's a personalized recommendations that they give you as well. So when you start thinking about flowers and the next thing you know, you're thinking to yourself, I was just sitting in a room thinking, I want to buy flowers. But the next thing you know, you go to your search and then flowers come up. Yeah, your phone's listening to you, your tablet's listening to you, your Alexa's listening to you. I don't know, technology listens and it pays attention to what you says. And it does a smart inventory system. Like it thinks about what you said and then it stacks it into that Christine, she likes this. They know that I love shoes. So every time I hit my phone, what pops up? Fabulous shoe sales. So be careful about what you say. The other thing is fraud protection is really, really big, but it's only as good as you set your permissions. Always make sure you set your permissions to allow them to have access to your data if and when you want them to. Oh, by the way, that's a job. It's called cybersecurity. So everything we talk about, remember, is not just an action on your end, it's also someone behind it, creating, delivering, and also thinking about what the hypothesis. Don't forget about what I said when I started out. The chemist in me is always around. And then you want to talk about predictive shopping trends. Well, in my world, that's called predictive analysis. Yeah, that's called math. So all of you math geniuses out there who are thinking you have no place to go, think about that. Predictive analysis is very important when you talk about AI and understanding how people shop. The other thing is problem solvers are really great in that perspective too, because you have to be able to map out what next steps are. So when you talk about augmented reality, oh, we talked about that virtual reality thing. Yeah, now you can shop online, you can put on makeup, you can try on clothes, you can see how those sneakers are going to look, and you can dance and all that kind of stuff. Well, maybe people my age haven't caught up, but you guys know what I mean. You guys are doing that right now, trying on outfits online, and then you're buying them. You can preview furniture in your home just by taking a picture. Well, maybe the older people are doing that, maybe not you guys, just so we can see how it fits with our whole color scheme. But then we talk about robotics. By the way, you engineers, this is where you pop in. Automated warehouses and your men and women who have served our country, logistics is more important than what you think. Fulfillment centers are like the answer to everything right now. You can take a data warehouse and put it into a fulfillment center, but it's only as good as the people who are boots on the ground to help us with logistics. To manage shipping all over the globe, you have to know logistics. Well, sometimes serving in the military pays off more than what you think. A lot of us people who are civilians, we haven't worked in that space and we don't understand how to ship all over the world. And we don't even understand how you can put things on train versus a plane versus on sea. So that's where you come in. A lot of you can really help us organize larger teams. Our teams normally max out at somewhere around 100 people, sometimes smaller than that. You guys have managed over 500 people or more, thousands of people, logistics all over the country. And again, thank you for your service. So when you do your self checkout in technology, remember this, set your permissions, make sure your credit cards are not saved onto your phone. Oh, yeah, that phone thing. Why? Because when someone takes your phone, they also take your credit card information. Data tracking for customers is so important, but that's how we set the trends that we look at. And that's how they set the trends for you to decide what you're going to look at. Understanding your buying behavior and predicting future sales. Oh, that predictive analysis thing. So if you're thinking about where you want to go in retail, think about this way. Smart retail is cybersecurity and social e-commerce. How does that work? First of all, cybersecurity, you want to protect your customer. The payment information you put in is vital to a person's identity. That's called identity theft. Yes, some of you guys might want to beat that up, especially the young people. Why? Because your credit is pretty good and there's scammers out there. Social commerce, selling through Instagram, TikTok influencer, and live stream shopping, well, a lot of that can kind of impact you too. That's where they do a lot of scamming. So be careful where you buy. Everything that's cute doesn't always lead to a cute person who's handling your credit card information. So think about that. So I know you're probably saying, why is she saying raise hands? Raise hands are important. So in the room, I want you guys to look around. How many of you right now are purchasing something that you saw on social media? Well, 9 times out of 10, 90% of people in the room are raising their hand because what did you guys do? You stopped going to malls and now you're shopping. And now you're thinking, why are the malls closing? Because you're all shopping online buying these really cute outfits. Yeah, you might want to go back to the malls because malls are still cool. Well, so some people still tell me. I'm not a mall shopper, but I do frequent the malls to support some stores. So let's talk about career opportunities. You're probably thinking to yourself, I'm thinking about going into a career, but I'm not really sure with everything that's going on in AI. Well, customer service support is really important. Think about all the airlines. You still need customer service, even though, yeah, you're probably thinking I can make my own airline reservations. That's true, but we like customer service. Even with Amazon, if you have a problem, you can still talk to a person. So you're going to need customer service people. That only requires a high school diploma. Digital marketing assistant. That's a certification. So digital marketing is when you have a person who pushes out information to a large population of people in a certain demographic, may it be on TikTok. And everyone in TikTok, a certain age group, you want to push out bandanas are in. This is a stylish bandana. The minute you push in heading, you're going to type in, I want a new headscarf. Bandanas are going to pop up and it's going to come to you. That's called digital marketing assistant. You're going to need a certification for that. But that's not a very long, it doesn't take long, it takes about 6 to 12 months. Very quick certification. Social media coordinator, a portfolio experience, that's all you need. So if you're a person that likes really cool gadgets and you're online, you're trying to figure things out, guess what? That might be the job for you. Warehouse tech associate, on the job training. Everyone who's done logistics, this is for you. We need you more than you think because we cannot fulfill our orders unless our logistics is ran right, and that's our fulfillment. And then retail sales tech, customer service skills are crucial. So all of you who are texting and you don't speak incomplete sentences, work on that. So here's a little tidbit, a little known history fact about me. This is also my company. It's a nonprofit. It's a nonprofit that helps you with workforce development. And one of the things that we look at when we talk about workforce development is helping people who are in existing roles transition to other roles. And then people who want to get into new roles to kind of take a look at, I don't know, test the water a little bit to kind of see if this is what you want to do. So before you jump right in, check out our site and see what we can do for you in workforce development. And we have everything from healthcare to warehouse to AI manufacturing. So when we talk about those careers, because we've got to make sure you guys understand the opportunities out there. The AI prompt engineer, the average focus is AI systems. So you said, what is an AI prompt engineer? You know how you go into chat and you wanted to create an AI version of yourself? Well, someone is actually teaching AI to understand prompts. That means the ask that you're asking and to process it in the way that you expect it to come out. So therefore, you have to make sure that you're writing the prompts correctly. Data analyst, I love those guys. Well, I forgot, I'm one of those guys too. You probably see this lady wears a lot of hats. Well, as time changes, you have to change as well, and you have to grow and expand. And my work is expanding and looking at opportunities as we advance in technology. So, data is one of the things that I started out with as a chemist. You have to know data. Data analytics is important today. So again, all those mathematicians, this is where you jump in. Cybersecurity analyst, security protection is important for every layer, mobile apps, e-commerce, websites, everything that you need to work online, you're going to need cybersecurity analysts. And it's not as hard as you think. So just take a look at it. A lot of it is just oversight, I don't know, and predictive analysis. Think about that. So UI UX design, that's one of my babies. I love it. I develop apps and websites. You're probably thinking, what doesn't this woman do? Again, as technology advances, I have to advance. I got to keep up with it. Plus, you guys are moving pretty quickly. And how can I keep up with you if I don't advance with you? E-commerce specialist, that's an online store, cloud support technician, web developer, and then we're looking at our last thing, which is marketing. Marketing is so important. Without marketing, you can't create websites like this. A marketing person is great, and they can only pass on the information that you give to a UI UX developer. By the way, this is my tech company. And yeah, we work with AI all the time, but we also work with marketing as well. So keep those things in mind, people, that creativity is what creates all the images that you see. So we still need those people with a great eye for things that they pull together. So the high growth future careers that we're looking at is AI governance specialists, virtual store designers, retail automation technician, drone delivery operators. Those are really awesome. And by the way, that's like having like a mini pilot license. So all of you guys who are like serve your country, you might want to look into that because everybody's doing like these AI drone like delivery things, which is really cool. And then supply chain intelligence, again, predictive analysis, organization, and a CRM system. You could do this. Trust me, it's very simple. And then the metaverse e-commerce designers, if you can design, if you're an architectural designer and you say, I'm going to school to be an architect, jump in this as soon as you can. Building buildings in a virtual world. Look at SimCity. It's amazing. Architects, you can transfer that skill and start designing in the metaverse. And then digital brand strategists. We need you guys because everything is digital. So certifications versus college. You're probably thinking, wow, that's a tough question right now. Well, it's not. I have 4 degrees and also have multiple certifications. You can go either way. So think about it this way. The fastest entry into the workforce right now, if you don't have the money to invest in a 2-year or 4-year degree, is to go do Google IT support certificate, the Meta digital marketing, shopping, the Shopify certifications, because everyone's trying to build these stores. It's a great way to build your skill set at the same time, making money until you decide what you want to do, as far as college, that is. And I definitely support college. CompTIA Tech certifications, Microsoft certifications, and Adobe. So those are the things that are going to take you 6 to 12 weeks. Now, if you're looking at a 2-year degree, that's community college or associate degree, business technology, marketing, information technology, and graphic design. Those are low cost, but it's a greater opportunity for you to get job placement. Because again, think about it. You're probably wondering, this woman, how old is she? Well, just know this, I'm over 50. I know you're probably thinking she doesn't look it. Thank you for that. But first, I always need a team of young minds thinking about the next innovation. So it's always great to have you guys on my team. So even with the 2-year degree, you're still valued. And I would love to have you, just like any company would, to have you on their team. Now, if you guys are already in school and you're thinking, okay, I'm working towards a 4-year degree, those are computer science, business administration, marketing, cybersecurity, and data analytics. You're prime. Leadership opportunities, long-term career growth, corporate advancement, and higher salary potential. But guess what? Everyone from diplomas to certificates to 2-year to 4-year, it's what you make of it. You can scale the opportunities for yourself just by getting the additional certifications and what you want to do. Nothing right now is hard. I always say your life is like a freeway right now. We always think we're started off on this one path, right? Thinking, oh, we've got this. But then something happens and the path takes us in a different direction. So think about this. This is your time to pivot and look at a different direction. And then the highway is what it is. It's a road to go in multiple places that you can gain multiple experiences. Like me, I don't know, the 50-year-old lady who thinks like a 20-year-old though. So my biggest thing is I always dream big. I set my goals and then I take action. And then I look at my finances and what role they play in that. And then my long-term vision. I always plan backwards, what it is that I want. And then I figure out, how do I get there? Why? Because it's the getting there that's going to get you there successfully. It's not you thinking about it. It's what the time that you put into planning to make sure you get there successfully. So the real world advice I'm going to offer to you, what employees want today, effective communication skills, problem solving, teamwork, creativity, technology literacy, adaptability, and professionalism. Yeah, that's why this lady over 50 is still making these moves, and I'm pivoting and I'm learning, because still I'm marketable. And I would match myself up against, I don't know, any of you young people out there, maybe not the service people and fulfillment, but I might give you a run for your money with the CRM system though. So what I want you to look at is making sure that you guys build a LinkedIn profile, you learn basic AI tools, take free online courses, volunteer and intern, and then learn more personal branding. Practice communication skills, okay? And one very important thing, when I say learn personal branding, look up ChristineBurkett.com. I had to create my own website so that people can understand what it is that I do, not just what I run, but who I am as a person. So remember that. It's so very important that you create your own brand. And don't forget, whether you have a certificate, a diploma, a 2-year degree, or a 4-year degree, you can do this. AI is at our fingertips. And don't forget, we created AI. AI didn't create us. Thanks again for joining me for this session. And if you have any more questions, trust me, I'm here to answer them. Thanks again, and I hope you learned something from this presentation.
This spring, we're launching Service to Nation, a national virtual job and career fair, a nationwide movement to connect America's high school students with careers of purpose, innovation, and service. From rural towns to urban schools, Service to Nation invites grades 10 through 12 to explore emerging fields like artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and quantum computing, while meeting real employers, colleges, and national service organizations. Our message is clear: your future, your service, your nation. This campaign isn't just about jobs. It's about civic readiness, workforce development, and national impact. With videos, social content, and live experiences, we'll reach students where they are and give partners a platform to meet mission-driven young talent. Together, we'll inspire a generation to learn, serve, and lead. Service to Nation, a national virtual job and career fair. Learn more at servicetonation.org.
Hi, my name is Marcia Jews. Welcome to STEM City USA's coverage of the conference. Through all 3 days, we will be bringing you incredible interviews with inspiring STEM pioneers leading the way in industry, government, academia, and around the world. And now, please welcome our next guest.
Aaliyah Gibbs is an AI adoption specialist, generative AI agent developer, public speaker, and business owner dedicated to advancing AI literacy and leadership development. As a rising leader in AI, she's paving the way for the next generation of STEM, empowering everyone from elementary students to executives to thrive in the future of technology.
Well, welcome. How are you, Aaliyah? I'm so excited about your interview. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and how you decided to get into STEM?
Yes, so of course, my name is Aaliyah Gibbs. I am an AI adoption specialist as well as an AI engineer. And just a little bit about me is I'm currently located in Dallas, Texas. I got my bachelor's in computer engineering at North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University. I'm currently pursuing my master's in artificial intelligence at the University of Texas at Austin. And I'm pretty active. I love to do yoga. I'm doing swim lessons. A lot of people think because I take swim lessons, I can't swim. But there's a difference between swimming and having the actual technique. So I've been doing swim lessons for the past 5 months. And the reason I got into STEM, as my mom would say, is I was very tech savvy as a kid. So I was always the one that when the Wi-Fi went out, my parents were calling on me to get the routers to start working again. Anytime we got some type of new electronic device, it was my mission to be able to set them up without reading the instructions. And I remember when I was a kid, when the iPhone first came out, I hated how the messages were blue. And I wanted a pink text messages on my iPhone. And so I started to look up what jobs were in cell phone development. And so that's how I came up with either getting a computer engineering degree or an electrical engineering degree. And so through that is how I was able to get involved in tech, because I wanted to make cell phones because I wanted a pink iPhone as a kid.
I love it. So did you bring your pink iPhone so we could see it?
I didn't. My iPhone's purple. I did not.
Okay, but a
one
variation
day.
on the same
Right.
theme, right?
It's close.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Tell us about when you were a little girl and what you wanted to be when you grew up.
Yeah, I knew, I wanted to have a lot of money. Is what I knew as a young girl. That was one thing. My parents will tell you, I hated being told no. And so the way I looked at it as if I had my own money, no one could tell me no. So as soon as I turned 16, I had applied and got a job at McDonald's. And it's funny because my grandparents used to own McDonald's.
I love it.
To then be at 16 working at a McDonald's was like a full circle moment. But I've always just had this hustle mentality. And through STEM, I've been finding ways of where I can increase my income. So that's pretty much how I got started.
So in looking at STEM, and for those of you who don't know, it's science, technology, engineering, and math. How did you bring that into your life and as part of your circle?
Yes. So I was pretty good at math, number one, right? If you're going to be in any type of engineering discipline, you're going to be expected to take a lot of mathematical courses. So fortunately, my parents invested in a math tutor when I was young. I started school at 4 years old.
What?
And so I wasn't the best at math when I first started, which is hope to where if you're not good at math, well, guess what? You can practice and become good at math, because that was me at first. And through the tutoring, I was able to develop my math skills. And as a result, I passed all my math classes. Then in college, I had to take multiple calculus classes, and that's really what interests me the most. And I know when I was in junior year, my teacher told us that Bill Gates was hiring software engineers for $250,000 if they got their PhDs. So, as somebody who liked money, I heard $250,000 and I was sold. So I started looking up computer engineering courses, and I saw that my school in high school, they actually had a computer programming class.
I love it.
So I took that class, and my thought process was, if I were to enjoy it, that was going to be how I chose the computer engineering major. And fortunately for me, my computer programming teacher, she was actually a Black woman that went to an HBCU.
Really?
So that was really important.
So that brought a nice connection.
Exactly. And that was my first experience with any type of software coding experience. And then boom, I chose that as my major, and then took my first computer programming class my first semester of my freshman year. And we had the lab the first day of class. So you could not leave class without having a working Java program. I had never touched Java code before, but the way I looked at it was as long as I'm not the last person to leave, I'm good. And I wasn't the last person to leave. I got my code done and I was able to go, and the rest has been history.
And so now with that code, what door opened for you to be able to sit where you're sitting now?
Yes. So coding has opened up a lot of doors for me. I had a non-traditional route, to be transparent with you. I thought that when I was in college, I had to have an internship, because that's kind of what they instill in you, right? You have to have an internship in order to graduate. However, fortunately, there are other ways that you can gain that experience. And what I dealt with was about 4 years of rejection in undergrad. I got
Really?
rejected for every single internship that I applied for.
Why?
I have no clue, to be honest. I didn't have a mentor. I'm the first person in my family to have an engineering degree. Even though my parents were college graduates, I was the only one from engineering. So I really didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know the importance of mentorships. I didn't know the importance of organizations like WALK, as well as BEA and NSBE. I didn't know. And that's on me, right? But now that I have the mentors, I know the value in them. But I know that if I would have had those opportunities in college, I would have gotten the internship. However, I knew I'm trying to get a job. So I sought an alternative method. I started filling my resume up with experience because that's ultimately what they're looking for is how are you applying what you learn in school? And so that's exactly what I did without the internship, right? I sought out projects. I joined organizations. I did community service projects, which is why I've won the Community Service Award because I've been doing it since high school as well as college. And I became a mentor to elementary kids where I was teaching them math and reading and like robotics.
I love it.
And so through that, I was able to fill up my resume. And as a result, I had 2 full-time job offers before I graduated without any internship experience. So it's definitely possible.
And you had the vision to
Yeah.
see that.
I did.
And what did you do? Have to sit by yourself and start thinking about what you've already experienced to get to where you are? Because we don't always know what we don't know in trying to get there, right?
Yeah.
And how do we balance what you've already know to what you need to know? Is there a difference there?
There is, but I think in a lot of the books that I'm reading, when it comes to success, right? The point is to start. You're
Okay.
never going to have everything that you need in order to get started. But when you start, we usually have a lot more resources available to us than we're aware of. But if you don't start, you'll never know the resources that you currently have. And so when you start along the way of that journey, you will continue to meet more people who can help you. You'll continue to receive more resources along the way. But the first step is to start. And so that's exactly what I did. I spoke with my professors, and as a result, I got to be on this autonomous vehicle project. And they even flew me out to Arizona.
What?
And it just took me going up to my professors and having those conversations. I didn't know how I was going to land the job, but my godmother used to tell me all the time, you are going to graduate with a full-time offer. Because my goal, honestly, when I was gaining all that experience, I thought I was just looking for an internship because I really did not believe they were going to hire me without any internship experience. And she would always tell me, you're going to get a full-time job when you graduate. And the work that I was doing, even though the result wasn't to get a full-time job, it was to get an internship in my head. It ended up getting me multiple full-time job offers. So it all worked out.
But I'm glad you mentioned that because we don't always know how to deal with mentors and how to approach them, how to cultivate a relationship with them, and or identify them within these different corporations and getting access. How are you able to access all of these levels?
Yes. So I would say now, really just by having a conversation, most people have no problems talking about themselves or how they got to where they're at. So really just seeking interest in people and really just understanding their stories is honestly the first way to start. And when I go to these type of conferences, if there's a speaker who resonates with me, I'll usually go up at the end of the conference and introduce myself. That's how I became a public speaker, is because I was able to come up to one of the speakers and I told them I wanted to start doing workshops, and she became my mentor. And from that moment, now here I am speaking at conferences, and that was 2 years ago.
I love it. So now that you have put a lot under your belt, right? What's the next 5 to 10 years look for you?
So the next 5 to 10 years looks for me full entrepreneurship, to be transparent, living between New York City, my favorite place in the world,
Yay.
as well as Dallas, being bi-coastal between both locations, and creating different AI adoption programs. I am in the process of building a new movement, which we can talk about later, and I plan to spread AI education. It's looking at it like it's AI taught by us for us, because I was told that African Americans, we're about 12 to 18 years behind in technology.
Really?
Yes. And with artificial intelligence, if we don't get on board, it's only going to increase. So that is what the mission of my new organization that I will be launching kind of targets.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's very interesting. And it sounds like it's more of a national, global conversation.
Yes.
I
I'm
see it
building
in
a
your
big
eyes.
mission. It's going to be huge.
Yes, I can tell that. Give us 3 things that you would want your younger self, that you would be able to bring it to now, that you didn't or should have.
The number one thing is you don't know everything. I would say a lot of my family knows I can be very hard-headed. And so being open to listening to other people earlier probably a little bit more beneficial. And I was also very introverted, which I am still. A lot of people like Dr. Terry don't believe me. I'm very introverted at times. So I would not go up and speak. So now that I know better, that's definitely something I would tell myself back in the day is like, hey, go up and speak to people. It's okay. It's not as scary. You know, you have to open your mouth in order to get what you want in this world. And you will be surprised by just telling people what you're trying to do, how many people will be willing to help you along the way.
And you're absolutely right, because a lot of times you don't even know what you don't know unless you have somebody in your circle or somebody near that you can trust with your life, because that's what we're talking about. So somebody could bring you something negative that you don't even realize if you hadn't paid attention or listened to others who report. What I would wonder, should we identify, or how do our young people identify somebody who could help them build their career? Who's that mentor for you? What type of person, what type of mentor should be for somebody who might be in middle school or high school or college? What does that look like?
So I would say two things. Number one, you have to respect the person you're seeking mentorship from, right? If you don't respect them, you're not going to listen and apply what they say to you. So you have to respect them. And then number two, they have to be successful at what it is you're seeking mentorship from. So if they don't have receipts, then I definitely wouldn't recommend seeking mentorship. You have to see their track record. It needs to be someone who has proven success in the area that you're trying to seek help in. And that way, you know, like, okay, they know exactly what they're talking about. I've seen it throughout their career, as well as I respect them. So I'm going to listen to what they say. And from there, that's how it works.
That's exactly right. But that listening is really huge. And sometimes people are so busy being busy and over talking you that they can't even really hear the essence of what's being said. How do we help folks to shape that conversation, whatever it is, because it's helping you or helping you develop what you need to do within that career span? What are we doing, and how do we find those types of mentors that can help guide you?
So I would say the number one place to start finding mentors is attending conferences like these, right? This is the place for mentors, in my personal opinion. When I went to the NSBE conference in 2023, I was able to leave with multiple mentors. Even when just me asking a question in the audience, someone came up to me afterwards because they wanted to mentor me. And so just once again, me speaking up, one thing I'm very proactive in is I like to ask questions. So anytime, if I'm in any type of session, I will go out of my way to ask a question as an audience member, because that way people see your face. Because I used to be so scared of doing that stuff as a kid.
Really?
Yes, that introvertedness. And now I have no problems with speaking up, grabbing the microphone, and letting my presence be known. People need to know who you are and know exactly what you want to do. And so I always tell people the other side of it is when you're seeking a mentor, you need to know what you want. Like, I can't help you with anything if you haven't figured out what you want or have some type of an idea of what you want. So I always tell people it starts with the self first before I can help you.
That's huge, because that's what I say. You have to see yourself. And if you don't see yourself, you need somebody to help you to see yourself, because there's so many different places that you can go if you have all the right information from the right people. Finding those mentors and teachers and family members who can pour into you all of those informational things. Do you find that to be difficult for you?
Definitely not, to be honest with you. It wasn't hard when it comes to my engineering career. At first with the business, because I didn't know what I was doing in business, right? I've been an engineer for 7 years, so business is an entirely new ballgame. But the way I have to look at it is, even though it's engineering versus business, there's still the same steps when it comes to it, right? I had engineering mentors, and now I need business mentors. It's the same process, just a different game. And I look at it as, if I can be successful in an award-winning engineer, I can be a successful award-winning business owner. I just have to be connected to the right people. I sought out business organizations. I've gone to business networking events. And now I have a lot of different speaking mentors. August, I didn't have one speaking mentor. Now I have like 5. I have accountability partners in the speaking industry now. But it just took myself aligning with the right speaking organizations to do that.
Aliyah Gibbs, thank you so much for being here. We're so grateful grateful to see you at the conference, and you know you're home now because the expectation is we're going to see you next year.
Yes.
You're stuck.
Right. I would love to come back. I'm excited. I'll be speaking on robotics later today and
wonderful.
artificial intelligence. So I'm pretty excited.
All right. Well, before we leave, let's talk about what you're doing here with this artificial intelligence business. Before we part, because, I
might
need to
as
hear the
well.
rest of that.
So my business is called Aaliyah's Intelligence, and that is where I teach individuals as well as organizations how to leverage artificial intelligence responsibly while preserving their critical thinking skills as well as creativity. So a lot of people are fearing that AI is replacing them or getting rid of the critical thinking skills. But when it comes to my company, we train you on how to use artificial intelligence to supercharge you and to make you faster. And I'm actually doing a masterclass that I'm promoting. It's called the $40,000 AI Masterclass. And I will show you the different use cases that helped me earn an additional $40,000 this year while using artificial intelligence. So that's kind of what I have on the radar coming up.
So that was awful light and airy. Thank you so much. We're going to talk about, you know how they say, we're going to catch up with you soon, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, this is really huge, and we really want you all to take advantage of what you've learned here and to learn more about what she's doing. Thank you, Aaliyah.
Thank you.
Now, please welcome our next guest.
Dr. Michael Keeve is the Dean of the College of Science, Engineering, and Technology at Norfolk State University. He earned his undergraduate degree from Hampton University and received his PhD from the Georgia Institute of Technology.
Welcome.
Hi, good morning.
I am so excited to see you here.
I'm happy to be here.
Good. So, I think what's really exciting is that you've taken the time to come here today,
Yes.
and you have all these different levels of things that you walked away from to be here. We're so excited.
So true. Yes.
Yes. So tell us how you got to this place that you want to be a dean.
Okay, so currently I am the Dean for the College of Science, Engineering, and Technology at Norfolk State University. I started to be Dean in 2018. However, my journey at Norfolk State actually started in 1987. Okay,
Really?
So I've been there a good long time.
A good long time. That was a good old time, right?
Yeah. So how did I get to be dean? And so I'll go back to my leaving high school. I grew up in a rural county called Lottsburg, Virginia. It's in Northumberland County, Virginia. And it's about an hour and 15 minutes northeast of Richmond, Virginia. And I knew I was going to major in mathematics at that time. And so I went to Hampton University. And so that's my alma mater. And so that gave me my foundation for education for life. I tell you, from there, they gave me my confidence from the faculty, the things that I did there. And I went to summer internships every year as my freshman, sophomore, juniors. I was just, when I saw anything that I could do, I just went for it. And so, just always very inquisitive and on what else more I could do. And so those summer internships kind of gave me a foundation of industry and government in terms of whether I really wanted to do that. But how I got to Norfolk State is very interesting. So I finished Hampton from Bachelor's in Mathematics and went up straight to University of Virginia, got my Master's in Applied Mathematics from the University of Virginia. At that time, I interviewed with the National Security Agency.
Oh, my gosh.
And so back then, there was a 3-day, I call it a grueling interview. I mean, they gave you polygraph tests, psychological tests, content tests of your area. You did lots of interviews with people possibly, but it was for 3 days. And so I was very much really like, whew, I'm glad this is over. But you had to get your clearance. And now I had clearance because during my summer internships, I had worked for Los Alamos National Laboratory in New Mexico for 2 summers. And I worked for the Naval Surface Weapons Center in Dahlgren, Virginia for 2 summers as well. And so I had my clearance, but I still had to go through it for the National Security Agency. So I was waiting. So those interviews was probably April, May. And so I was waiting for my clearance to come through. And I applied to Norfolk State. I said, okay, I'll do this. Because when I was getting my master's from UVA, so I did my research at NASA Langley and in Hampton, Virginia. That's where I did my research for my master's. And I ran into someone working there who needed someone to play the piano. And I've been playing the piano since the 6th grade as well. So I've been playing for churches just about all my life, everywhere went. So I started playing then. They said, but give me your resume. And I'm working over Norfolk State and see what happens. And so turned that in. And hey, got the job there in 1987. I said, and at that point, I was still waiting for my clearance to come through from the National Security Agency.
Because that was the goal.
Right. And so started teaching there. My clearance came through about October, November of that. And I said, well, started here, had basically a 1-year contract, so I could stop and go into the National Security Agency. But I enjoyed what I was doing,
right?
And that's the part that I didn't know, that I really could enjoy the education side and teaching and the classroom, the students, and all that. And so never took the job at NSA. So that's how I got to Norfolk State in 1987 as an instructor. But at that point, I had my master's, and so after I did that for 4 years, I said, if I'm going to continue doing this in the academic arena, I need to get my doctorate. And so after 4 years of teaching from 87 to 91, I went back to school, and I got my PhD from Georgia Tech in Atlanta, Georgia. So I left there in 91. The interesting thing about National Security Agency, when I went back to school for my doctorate, I applied for, I got a fellowship. Yeah, and the sponsoring agency for that fellowship was the National Security Agency. So I went to work for them for 2 summers anyway.
Of course you did.
I said, wow.
I love it.
Yep. So that ties back into the National Security Agency. Yeah. And then I got my doctorate from Georgia Tech and came back to Norfolk State and have been there ever since. And so I started off as an assistant professor, associate professor, now I'm full professor, and went from being the department chair of mathematics to the associate dean, and now I am the dean. That started in 2018. So that's been, a good journey, but I've enjoyed every moment of it.
I can tell, because you were sitting here giggling, really.
Yeah.
Too often we don't really know what we want to do, right?
That's true.
And someone, a situation occurs where the tide changes, right?
Right, because I was not thinking about teaching at all. And so getting my master's, I thought I was going to go work for some industry or government job. And that had been my plan. I remember leaving Hampton when I graduated from Hampton as an undergrad. And I was in one of the senior superlatives there. And they asked what you're going to do once you leave. And that's what I said. I was going to go to my PhD and work for industry. That's what I said I was going to do. But never did it. I got changed to education. And so that's where I've been for my whole career, actually.
But it clearly was something that struck your spirit.
Yes.
For you to make that move.
Yes. I enjoyed working with the students. I enjoyed, sometimes the struggle with the mathematics, people say, oh, I hate math, don't like math, they struggle with it. But I enjoyed making that connection with the students, seeing the light go off. And I felt that I could explain it in such a way that they actually could get it and make it fun. And I do remember interviewing, even at Norfolk State the first day, because I had to interview with the president. And so at that time I had my master's, and he said, well, you up here now, how are you going to relate to the students, teaching them at the whatever level you need? And I said, yes, that would be the challenge. And I always thought that I could make them see at whatever level, again, the fun part of math and connecting. And I would believe that they could do it. And so getting them over their fears is step number one, and then making it fun too.
But see, it's also, in listening to you, you have a connection and a love for these young people.
Yeah, that's why I've stayed as long as I have, right?
Yes.
And the one thing about being a dean, I'm not teaching now, but I do miss the classroom and listen to my department chairs, and they say, oh, the students now are different than, since the pandemic. I've been teaching since '87, but since the pandemic, these students are different. And so I haven't taught since the pandemic, but I still would welcome that challenge. I didn't see them. You just have to connect in different ways with the students. And so each class, although you may teach the same course each year, but each class have a different personality. Your approach is always different. And so that's always the excitement from semester to semester. Yeah.
And in looking in education, and we now have so much technology, how does that impact what is happening in that classroom? Right.
And so now it's incorporating technology in the classroom as well. So back in 87, what would I do? Go there, chalkboard, give the notes, whatever. But now it's more or less incorporating other avenues of learning. And so now it's not just a chalkboard, And so now you have the technology that you put within the course as well, not just in the classroom when you're teaching. And of course, you have more group activities to get them involved as well. but not just in the 50-minute class lecture, but in
Okay.
things you do outside of the classroom, which is, again, different when I started in 87 as well.
How
we have
so?
all these mathematics labs that are
Okay.
now required for students to do as part of the course. So it's like reinforcement. You give quizzes and you give homework, but these labs also prepare them for the test as well. And so they're required to do, again, software different companies have in terms of reinforcing the concepts in the class. And so
Okay.
they're forced to do those labs. That's an extra way of reinforcing what you're covering in class and hopefully helping them to assist them to learn the concepts even better.
That's huge.
Yeah.
And some of the things that really concern me too, and it's been so long ago, in looking at our young people going into whatever their field, be it in engineering or something, what is the relationship with the colleges to the high schools? What kind of relationships are there to help them develop and to see where they're really going?
Right. And so we do a lot of outreach at North State University, whether we have students on campus or we have what's known as nanotechnology days for people in nanoscience that we have within the community. We have this past month, we had the Math Counts competition, which is a middle school math competition for our region that we host each year. And so we try to connect as much in all the areas and in the College of Science, Engineering, Technology. And let me say, in the College of Science, Engineering, Technology, I have 8 areas. So it's math, it's biology, it's chemistry, it's physics, nursing and allied health, mathematics, engineering, computer science, and technology. So it's a wide variety.
That's a lot.
I know.
That's a lot.
That's why I'm losing all my hair and it's becoming gray. It's a lot.
But you love it.
Yes.
You love it.
And so, right. So although my background's in mathematics, at Georgia Tech, we had to minor in something. So I minor in electrical engineering. And so I have that connection as well. And so, but I love the brevity of the areas, but it does allow us to do a lot in the community as well, especially the nursing and the healthcare, that we can do different events, blood pressure, different health events that we do. So we connect to the community, and also, again, the K through 12 activities as well that we have on campus over the summer, but during the year as well. We had what's known as a Saturday science program where we would bring high school students over on the weekends, and we would do we do math and science, but back then I was mainly doing the math and for the students. But we try to reach out to the community and K through 12 with activities. Yeah,
that's good to hear, because a lot of times I went through some programs with summer camps and trying to get some of these kids to start thinking about STEM.
Yes.
But not every high school or middle school has some of that, you know.
Right.
And we've had these conversations with different friends of mine and looking at, there's so much going on around us. That's why we need to have them coming here so they can go down there and look at the exhibit hall, and to have people like you here to be able to share these experiences.
And
huge.
I brought my recruiter too, and so we have someone down there for the students there
That's
as well.
even better.
Yeah.
That's even better. And so give us 3 things as takeaways for the young people who will be here this weekend.
Okay, and so I'm taking advantage of all the workshops that are here. Again, networking with other students. I would say that's very, very important. And I would say always stay, open to new things. I guess I was someone who wasn't afraid to do things that are different or out of the norm. And so I was always looking, oh yeah, I can go do that. Even if people, try to put you in a box, that's not me at all. Right. And so I've been all over the place. And so this, again, for the young people to be always inquisitive, and always looking for the next thing. Yes. Don't get stuck in doing one thing. Again, one thing I do like about my journey in Norfolk State is that I've done just about all the positions, in terms of instructor, assistant professor, associate professor, full professor, department chair, associate dean. It's like, if I didn't just stay at just strictly teaching, I probably would have gotten bored and probably would have done something else. But my ability, I guess, to do various things has kept me, excited about the job, and it's never a dull moment. Education.
But it's really clear because your passion comes out.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
It comes out.
Okay.
We know that you love those young people and
Mhm.
you've provided them those different opportunities. And that's what is necessary, that the people who are running these institutions love these young people and
Right.
helping them see the future.
And one of the reason why I'm here is to afford the students at Norfolk State the opportunities. So I'm connecting with industry partners here as well, government partners here as well, in terms of things that make the connection with Norfolk State and bring the opportunities to the students as well and faculty as
Exactly.
well.
That's
and
powerful.
So this is a great conference.
It is. It is.
I enjoy coming to it every year.
All right. Well, I guess we'll see you next year, and at least for the next
Yes,
couple of days.
That's right. For next year too.
Okay, next year as well. Thank you,
Okay.
Dean, so
You
much.
are so welcome. I've
I
enjoyed
really
it.
appreciate you.
Okay.
And really proud of you and all of the work that you're doing for our young people. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
This spring, we're launching Service to Nation, a national virtual job and career fair, a nationwide movement to connect America's high school students with careers of purpose, innovation, and service. From rural towns to urban schools, Service to Nation invites grades 10 through 12 to explore emerging fields like artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and quantum computing while meeting real employers, colleges, and national service organizations. Our message is clear: your future, your service, your nation. This campaign isn't just about jobs. It's about civic readiness, workforce development, and national impact. With videos, social content, and live experiences, we'll reach students where they are and give partners a platform to meet mission-driven young talent. Together, we'll inspire a generation to learn, serve, and lead. Service to Nation, a national virtual job and career fair. Learn more at servicetonation.org.
Welcome back, everyone. If you've just joined us, you're in the right place, and we're rolling. Now I want you to think about a question that nobody asked honestly in high school, at least anymore. What if college isn't the only way? What if there's a path where you can learn the most in-demand skills in America, get paid, let me say that again, get paid while you do it, and walk into a career without $30,000 of debt hanging over your head? This is not a fantasy. This is apprenticeship. And it's one of the most powerful and most overlooked pathways in America workforce today. That's our next segment, the importance of apprenticeship. Listen, apprenticeship is not just for trades anymore. There are registered apprenticeships in artificial intelligence, cyber security, cloud computing, advanced manufacturing, banking, healthcare. Major tech companies are hiring apprentices straight out of high school. I mean, the federal government is investing billions to expand these programs. Veterans can use their GI Bill for them. And here's the kicker. Apprentices earn an average of $77,000 a year after completion. Let me repeat that again. $77,000 a year after completion. No 4-year degree required. Veterans, if you're transitioning and looking to translate your skills into a civilian credential while getting paid, this is the play. Students, if you've been told there is only one path to success, and that path starts with a 6-figure loan, you've been told wrong. And the man stepping up to walk us through this is someone I am personally honored to introduce. Tyrone D. Taborn is the founder, chairman, and CEO of Career Communications Group, the organization making this entire experience possible for you today. For nearly 4 decades, he has been one of the most influential voices in this country on workforce development. He is the publisher of U.S. Black Engineer, Hispanic Engineer, and Women of Color STEM magazines. He's the co-founder of the legendary Bay STEM Awards. He's the visionary who built STEM City USA. And in 2019, he became one of the first African Americans to ever receive the National Science Board's Public Service Award. This man has spent his career opening doors. Today, he's going to show you one you didn't even know existed. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor. Please welcome Tyrone D. Taborn.
Thank you for that great introduction. I really appreciate it. To all of the students, teachers, and veterans, that are looking at this show right now, live in STEM City, USA. I want to tell you what this platform is all about. This platform is a workforce development. It is designed to bring you information and training about careers. We are now in a position where learning has to be realigned, where educational opportunities need to be realigned. It's a Jamaican term often used that says real results in a meaningful time frame. And that's what this platform is about. Dr. McCray spoke about learning, but what he really spoke about is lifelong learning. We now have more tools, next generational tools that bring us the most relevant knowledge we need at that particular time. And that's what this platform is all about. You may not get it right this second, but you will be able to go back later. You can any given time. On this platform, you will be able to do job simulations. What is a life like for an electrician? You will be able to do virtual reality. And more importantly, we're proud to announce that 365 days a year, we have a virtual job fair that is always up, always existing, so you can interact with different employers. But today, this moment, we really want to talk about that lifetime learning and another pathway and the kind of jobs that are open to you. You know, when I was in school, we had a lot of classes back then called shop classes. You could do print, which actually generated my interest in journalism and so much more. You could do auto, you could do metal, you could do home economics. You had to go through the entire routine. We've moved away a bit from those very important jobs that keep our nation running. So the STEM City platform, where you are now, is about introducing those jobs, telling you what those jobs are about, giving you the pathway, but more importantly now, showing these jobs, connecting them with the new technologies, artificial intelligence, quantum, cybersecurity. All of these things have made these opportunities even more important. So here to help me today is a very good friend, and he is a Maryland State Senator. Senator Cory McCray's book, The Apprenticeship That Saved My Life, is about second chances, hard choices, and finding a real pathway forward. McCray grew up in Baltimore and faced serious challenges as a young person. Just like me, and like many of you out there, including school trouble, encounters with the justice system. But with his mother's support, he found an apprenticeship program that changed the direction of his life. His book explores that an apprenticeship is a way to earn money while learning a skill. For McCray, becoming an engineer, electrical apprentice gave him structure, mentorship, discipline, and a career. It helped him to move from a survival mode into a purpose. He later became a union electrician, entrepreneur, and now one of the most powerful Maryland state senators. For students, the big message is this: college, 4 years, or more is not the only path to success, but lifetime learning is. Apprenticeships can lead to strong careers in the fields like construction, technology, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, healthcare, public safety, and other growing industries. McRae wants young people to know that learning a trade is not a backup plan. It can be a powerful first steps toward independence, financial security, and leadership. His book is also a guide. It encourages students to ask questions, to seek mentors, to avoid programs that make promises without results, and choose opportunities that lead to real jobs and real skills. Senator McRae's story shows that when you start and where you start does not determine where you finish. Senator McRae, welcome.
Oh, how you doing, sir?
I am doing great.
I appreciate you, man. I cannot thank you enough for the kind words, but I just think that you just hit everything for what I wake up each and every morning and try my best to stand for.
Senator, what would you tell young people when we just spoke a second about apprenticeships not being a backup?
Mm-hmm.
And I will share with you that I know that shipbuilding needs as many welders and electrical engineers, and that with the changing technology and our nation's falling behind in global leadership, how do we get a workforce out quicker? I mean, I don't think we can wait for 6, 8 years to keep generating people that don't necessarily align with the reality on the ground.
Yep. Dr. Taborn, I will start off by saying I think that this is a very important conversation. And I think it's an important conversation about access and exposure. What you're doing is you're exposing people to let them know that if you want to go to a 4-year university, we have a plethora of them in the state of Maryland, and I support that. But at the end of the day, if they are not going through some level of a university, then they need to have a skill that's going to get them to the next level. In apprenticeships, whether you're talking about construction, whether you're talking about tech, whether you're talking about health, whether you're talking about public safety, there are a number of different variations out there that is also a strong path forward. And I would say equivalent to that form of education. I'd also say to my young people that when I reflect back on my life, that it is our responsibility as adults to ensure that you reach your full potential. That's what I see you doing every day. And then I would share to them that you do not know what you do not know. And then I lean in and I say to folks that I can remember that when my mom, Renee McRae did not know that she should send her son to kindergarten. So I started off in the first grade, Doc. And when I think about that, Dr. Taborn, I reflect back in all those educators that believed in Corey McRae, and every day that I walked in Rocknell Heights, I felt like I was great. I think about Miss Slide, I think about Miss Solomon, Miss McCoy, Miss Lanier, Miss Allen, my principal, Sarah Horsey, because every day I felt great. But there are these moments where they're transitions. And when our young people start navigating middle school, high school, they are hit with decisions. And these decisions say to them, who are my people? Where are my spaces? And how do I not succumb to peer pressure? When I reflect back on a lot of my decisions, I did succumb to that peer pressure, as you said. If folks would ask the question, was Corey McRae put out of middle school in 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th grade? Most people would not believe that, Doc. If folks would say that Corey McRae was wrapped up in the juvenile justice system at 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17, many people today would not believe that. Folks would then say Corey McRae was wrapped up in the adult system twice before he can even turn 18 years of age. And I turned 18 years of age over Baltimore City Jail. Most people would not believe that, Dr. Taborn. But then I tell them, as you said, by the grace of God, I had a mother that did not give up on her son. It was my mother that reached out to the Maryland Department of Labor, said, send me every apprenticeship program in the state of Maryland. And when she did that, she handed me that packet, Doc. And I could not believe that the opportunity that would shift my trajectory will be 15 minutes from where I lived at my entire life. I could not believe that this thing that would shift my trajectory was rarely ever, if ever, discussed in my K through 12 experience. So this is very important conversation that we're having at this moment, and I look forward to unpacking a little bit more.
The reason we call this Service to Nation, Senator, is that every month we will be hosting this on a Friday, and then the following day is a program we have been running for over 6 years called Career Day, that's supported by the our alumni group of military leaders.
Nice.
And young people talk about careers. But this platform that is in STEM City, Baltimore, which you were, you actually sit on our Workforce Advisory Committee, and you actually, again, were able to get us funding for a second year. This is being developed by students and other people. The point is that at any given time, your mom can access those resources. Those resources that she had to go to the Maryland Department of Labor to find, they exist now on this digital twin.
Nice.
So throughout the day, what will happen for the young people and the teachers across the nation who are looking at this program, we will have a different leader coming in and talking about trade and apprenticeship programs. They will say what these jobs are, the pathway to get there, and then they will give direction to the virtual career fair. So there's things that kids and students and teachers will always have these resources. So we're scaling this up. But let me really focus in on something. You are probably one of the most powerful state senators, and I believe that that's only the beginning for you, my personal opinion. But how do we talk to all of these young folks, and particularly some men who are sitting around the class fidgeting right now, and not believing that they are part of, that there's a pathway, but that they've already given up. That they've already given up in a system that has already said has not validated them. And they don't know any better. When I grew up, I didn't have a father in my household. You don't know, again, you don't know what you don't know. So some of the time you have, how do you talk to those young people out there and say, it's never over? You can always get into the game.
First, I just want to say thank you for what you're doing just to elevate the conversation, making sure that access to information is actually there. Like you said, for the teachers, the parents, the Renee McCrae's, the guidance counselors that's trying to help these young folks, these folks that are stuck, navigate in these challenging paths. Let me be clear, I do not make excuses, but I also recognize that the system is not set up for us to be successful. And there are some that cut through. Our job, Dr. Tabor, is to make sure that even more cut through. How do you make sure that more cut through? You let them know, I was you. I was at a very low place in life. I was at that point where I had given up. I tell folks that I was in a space just so that, and then I'm gonna go to your question. I can remember my last time. I had just finished a 10-month commitment, Dr. Tabor, out in Western Maryland in a space called Victor Cullen. I came back to the same neighborhood, same people, same conditions, expecting a different outcome. Outcome don't change. I'm in the Baltimore City Jail not even 30 days later after that 10-month commitment. And imagine a 17-year-old boy saying to his mother to just give up on him, that I'm too far gone. I don't see a path forward. Doc, my mom would say words that still shake me to this day. She say, Corey, I'm going to keep believing in you until you believe in yourself. And I tell my young people that you are the 5 people that you keep the most company of. And why wouldn't I think that this apprenticeship was real? First, they were telling me that 20 years ago, they were going to start me off at $12 an hour, then it matriculates to 15, then goes to 18, up until $32 an hour. Doc, I didn't think that that was true because the highest wage in my entire family was $35,000. So you're telling this young boy that he's going to double the wage if he continues to do what he's supposed to do over a 5-year period, double the highest wage in his family. Psychologically, mentally, I couldn't even see it because I never saw it before. I also say to my young folks, walk towards the things that make you uncomfortable. Walk towards the things that make you uncomfortable. It was uncomfortable to walk into a workforce where many people didn't always look like me. But what I was able to do from that decision to be uncomfortable, as you stated, I learned new disciplines. I gained levels of mentorship. But more importantly, I was able to garner a skill that no one, and I mean no one, can take away from me. Nobody's coming in Corey McCray's house, putting up ceiling fans, putting in light fixtures, putting in receptacles, because I spent 5 years doing it. And then the most important thing that I would say to my young people, after you figure out this access and exposure equation, after you figure out like how do you walk towards the uncomfortable, we have a responsibility to reach our hand back and grab 10 more. That's what we're doing today. We have, when I say you don't know what you don't know, we have a very clear understanding that sometimes zip codes are built to fail. Why do you have food insecurity? Why do you have a high concentration of vacant housing? Why do some public school housings look different than other zip codes? Why do you have public transportation that fails? All of these decisions are made from folks that have been able to crack through or have some level of privilege, and they don't always understand, which is why we have that responsibility of reaching our hand back. I have a lot of fun, Dr. Taborn, a lot of fun. I'm about to close up. As a state senator, I sit on the Budget and Taxation Committee. It's a $70+ billion budget. And imagine being one of 13 members that get to chop up a $70 billion budget and have it reflective of a city that poured so much into me, people that have poured so much into me, and that ability to make sure that we can crack that code so that Corey McCray is not the only one across the finish line, but we're getting so many more people across it.
You know, it's so important in your book, and I don't want to walk away without you being able to describe, as you did in your book, the different types of apprenticeships. I think that's important for these young people and teachers in particular, guidance counselors. By the way, we, in our surveys, we have found that the person who made the least amount of difference in a lot of our kids' lives are, unfortunately, the guidance counselors, because they're overwhelmed. And they cannot see every student. So the person who makes the most influence are the real life models, such as yourself, that are out there in the community that the kids see. But can you explain, elaborate a little bit about the different types of apprenticeships?
Yep. So I'm gonna hit the point that you hit, that you can't be what you can't see. So I never envisioned myself as an electrician, or I couldn't conceptualize it because I didn't know electricians. So I try my best to do what we're doing today. I stay in one of my schools at least once or twice a week, making sure that young folks that look like me can see a vision of themselves and know that they can do anything they put their mind to and get across that finish line. But as you talked about, there are variations. I'll start with construction and then I'll move to other occupations. I consistently have talked about being an electrician. So for the past 15, 20 minutes, I've talked about being in an electrical profession. But you have carpenters, you have roofers, you have painters, you have welders, you have plumbers and steam fitters, you have iron workers, you have so many different levels of trades, the building trades itself. And most people, when they think about apprenticeships, they think about construction. But let's start navigating the tech. You see that tech is taking over. And what happens is that young people are saying, I don't want to spend 4 or 5 years trying to figure it out. I'm trying to figure out 18 months, 2 years, 3 years, and navigate these spaces of what we believe are the future. So you see a number of tech apprenticeship programs popping up. You see videology, so where folks are just learning from different video spaces of how to do it. We think about our public safety and government. Federal government and state government are injecting a significant amount of resources into apprenticeships because they know that they fell short. We went through this time in our country where it was college or bust, and all we did was promote a community college or university. That was the only path. We're starting to recenter. you're starting to see government realize that there are other paths, and they're getting into it. So it's these public safety agents, the state troopers, the police departments are looking at how do we navigate new ways. The health department is another one. How do we navigate these new spaces to be able to ensure that these young folks, and what happens is, while we think that it builds out for the young folks, we're also building Maryland's economy. We're also building Maryland's workforce when we think through what do apprenticeships. And I hope that I articulated just the different variations and professions that there are in that apprenticeship space.
Senator, I want to give you the last word because it takes more than a platform like STEM City that believes in stackable certifications.
Mm-hmm.
Particularly when you went into your apprenticeship, AI, the way we use it today, did not exist, but AI has always been around,
mm-hmm.
and security and those kind of issues. So what we're attempting to do now is to show how do you integrate these new technologies into the apprenticeships, so that it's more than just your hands. It's also a lot of your brain work and being able to draft programs. But it does take a lot, and you've done a considerable amount. Can you talk about some of your legislation wins in this area and support of some other pieces that you've done?
Mm-hmm. So some of the things that I think about from a legislative space and apprenticeships, and then I'm gonna move to businesses and now responsibility as businesses. So I think about, like, this ain't even a legislative win. One of the things that I thought about was we do colleges and university tours all the time. And I questioned, why don't we do apprenticeship tours? So we spend so much time. I was like, it's not even hard. It's low hanging fruit. I then found an organization, College Bound, that said, you know what? We know how to organize students. We can get the permission slips. We can get the buses. But can you connect us with the apprenticeship? I said, say no more. For the last 7 years, we've been taking young folks from City Neighbors, Dunbar, NAV, Reach Partnership, and then you saw Mervo, Carver, folks start to pile on afterwards. And these young folks are seeing what plumbers and steam fitters, operating engineers, electricians, and carpenters do, and they're spending time in those spaces. They then start to own those spaces and know that they belong. They get to see other young people that's currently going to school when you go to school one day every 2 weeks and you work on a field, and then they can visualize themselves in these spaces themselves. The smart ones, Dr. Tabor, when they're going through the apprenticeship program and touring that site, usually they meet with the training director and assistant training director. They'll get that card. They'll shoot an email afterwards, say it was great to see you, and I look forward to joining your program. For the smart ones there. Then I think about like things like a driver's license. So I can remember, I told you that I stay in one school at least once a week. I can remember being at Achievement Academy and asking the young people, if you were senator for one day, what's one thing you would change about your school? Young man raises his hand out the table and said, I will have driver's ed at my school. I stood out front that school building for about at least 30 minutes and just processed what he said. I said, in order to get through that apprenticeship, I needed to have a high school diploma or GED. I needed to be 18 years of age. I needed to have a 1 year of algebra, but I also had to have a driver's license. Dr. Tabor, we took those same young people down to Annapolis to testify before the House of Delegates and the Maryland State Senate. Those same young people watched Governor Wes Moore sign their bill, where now in the budget is a $2 million appropriation in perpetuity. So that's there until someone removes it, to make sure that schools with a concentration of poverty of at least 40% have the opportunity to have dollars to apply for, to have driver's ed at their schools. We've seen 538 this year in Baltimore City Public Schools. So that's not the other 23 jurisdictions, but in Baltimore City Public Schools, we now have 538 young folks that have the benefit of having driver's ed before they graduate high school. Simply because one young man had the courage to do something uncomfortable and say, if I was senator for a day, I would have driver's ed in my school.
You know, it's amazing. I mean, we had that when I grew up in the schools. And I'm not sure people realize what all these budget cuts really mean, and what the population we see today were some of the foolish decisions we made yesterday. Well, Senator, thank you so much for being here with us today.
Yes, sir.
You're a great example, and I hope that our young people and teachers who watch this, when you look out there at these kids, you never know what they can be, but what they need is for you to believe in them. Thank you, Senator, for having that belief.
Dr. Tabor, thank you. Thank you for always amplifying the voices, but more importantly, thank you for your mentorship and your leadership for our community.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Back to you, Vic.
The future isn't waiting. It's calling on students ready to step up. It's calling on you to serve communities, to explore careers, to build what comes next. Service to Nation, a national virtual job and AI training connects students to real pathways, real skills, and real purpose. College bound or not, your future belongs here. Discover what's possible. Visit servicetonation.org.
They deny me to feel like, they deny me to dream, they deny me to fire, but I still believe in me. When I looked at my pain, I could finally see a vision in the code. The STEM City believe.
They said the system ain't built for my shine, but I'm breaking through firewalls, redesigning the line where they closed every door. We built one in time, virtual city, real hope. Now the future is mine. I was locked out the light, boxed out the dream. Now I'm coding my worth. It's a new regime, metaverse halls full of knowledge and pride. From Baltimore to the world, we rise and we strive.
STEM City USA, you're here for me. Where the future's alive and the youth run free. It's a place of promise, it's a place to be. A place where no one can ever deny me. This is more than tech, it's destiny. STEM City USA, you're setting me free.
We're going to finish up, and we're going to continue our conversation about AI and your future. So I have a couple examples, different industries that we'll walk through. I know we had good discussion, everybody kind of sharing their career goals, things like that, and how AI can be used in that particular career. So the first one we're going to talk about is healthcare, and I'm gonna go through these pretty quickly, but I just want to at least show it. So healthcare in general is becoming a lot smarter, because what's happening is that doctors are using data to help be more informed about their patients, faster, and more personal. So let me give you some examples. So back in the day, if you wanted to get a doctor's appointment, generally you have to call the doctor and set up the appointment. These days, a lot of offices are online. You can just go online, schedule your appointment, things like that. So faster. But as you can see in some of the bullets, AI is being used to detect diseases through image analysis, pattern recognition. Breast cancer is an easy one that's being used, but others as well. Predicts patient outcomes. If the patient does these things, here's potentially how successful those plans would work. And then automating some of the admin tasks, like I said, scheduling doctor's visits, things like that. I even mentioned the example I did a couple weeks ago where the doctor used voice and used a voice recording to actually create the notes for the visit. So a lot more, a lot more automated. So engineering manufacturing, we talked about that as well. For example, if you're a company like GE or even a company that makes cars, being able to detect failures as you're producing these vehicles, it can be used for that. Optimizing design through simulation. This was the example I brought up about aerospace. As engineers are designing technology and products, it can be used to actually run the simulations and do it all virtually before it has to be physically built. So that allows these companies to save time, save money, and reduce risk. And all the businesses I work for, we've done similar things.
Hi, how
Hello.
are you today?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
So tell us about you and who you are and where you're from and what you've been doing.
I'm Karan Duncan. I am originally born in Trinidad and Tobago. We were just talking about that.
Yes, we were.
I've always wanted to be an engineer, and I am an engineer. So that's my background. I went to Morgan State University.
Right on.
Local. And then also went into aerospace and defense after I graduated. And actually today I celebrate 25 years in aerospace and defense to this day.
That is
actually
wonderful.
Yeah.
What company are you with?
So I work with Northrop Grumman.
Oh, great.
Yeah. So I've been there for a while. And also my wife and I, we have a career coaching business because throughout our career, we had a lot of folks who mentored us and coached us, and we want to provide that back to all the students that we're seeing today. So
that is huge. So you have a booth set up downstairs?
We do. We've been doing resume reviews all morning. I've probably looked at about 20 resumes so far.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yes.
So is this your first BEA?
It's not my first BEA, but my first BEA representing my wife and I's business and really supporting students from that standpoint. Because even in past years when I would attend, and I've got awarded here as well, I would review resumes, thanks. But now it's like, no, this is actually why I'm here.
Yes.
It's to help students, college grads land that role.
So we just finished up on some of the skills. Now here's the action plan. And this is something that I'm asking everyone here to consider moving forward. And it's only 3 steps. Stay and get curious. So you're here, so I'm assuming you're curious already. Stay curious. So, and try to look for AI in your daily routine. Get practical. So this is actually using the tools or some of the tools that we talked about today. Get familiar with them, use them, explore them, understand how they work, use them to solve a real problem. Get strategic. Actually, let me go back to get practical. I was talking to someone earlier. One of the use cases that I was just doing it last night, I want to go on a vacation. So I asked Claude, I said, hey, here are some of the things that I want to do. I want to find a vacation place. I want to do these things, be by the beach, whatever the case is. I want to do it in June. And it gave me a host of different examples, costs, all these things, which was fantastic, a great starting point. But it also forgot to mention that some of these resorts are closed. So when I finally went into the details, I was like, wait a minute, this one is closed because of hurricanes and things like that. I was like, oh, you're right, I made a mistake, let me revise the list, and then it gave me a better output, right? So again, get practical. Use it for very, very basic things so you can better understand how it works. Get strategic, and we talked about that one-on-one as well. How can you use it in your particular career, and how can it impact you in good ways or not so good ways? But the better thing is for you to at least understand it and start thinking about it.
Let's go back to the top very quickly. So I know there's one more that they can do. Decide. It can decide. And what does that mean? It means act. Yes. Exactly. It takes the information, it looks at the pattern, and it does an action, right? So when you see drones flying around, and many of them are autonomous, they fly on their own, that's the action, right? It can act, it can decide. Excellent. Well, that's it, everybody, unless y'all have something else to ask me. This was great. Thank you all. I know it's a bright and early Saturday morning, but I appreciate it. Love all the questions, all the interactions, and I'll be here for a little bit if y'all have additional questions. So, thank you all.
Where the future's alive and the youth run free. It's a place of promise, it's a place to be. A place where no one can ever deny me. This is more than tech, it's destiny. Steam City, USA. You're setting me free.
In the pain I found purpose, in the code I found peace. Digital twins of our dreams never cease. From Thurgood Marshall halls to AI streets, we teaching every child their worth runs deep. No limits.
And now, please welcome our next guest.
Karen Duncan is a senior business and technology executive and executive coach with more than 2 decades of experience leading enterprise transformation, innovation, and mission-critical operations across complex, highly regulated environments. He is the co-founder of Career Factory 360 and is known for translating strategy into executable outcomes through disciplined leadership, financial stewardship, and secure, scalable technology solutions.
Oh, you ready? Okay. Hi. How are
Hello.
you today?
I'm doing very well. How are
Good.
you?
So tell us about you and who you are and where you're from and what
Sure.
you're doing.
Karan Duncan. I am originally born in Trinidad and Tobago. We were just talking about that.
Yes, we were.
I've always wanted to be an engineer, and I am an engineer. So that's my
Outstanding.
background. I went to Morgan State University.
Right on.
Local. And then also went into aerospace and defense after I graduated.
Oh.
And actually today I celebrate 25 years in aerospace and defense to this day.
That is
actually.
wonderful.
Yeah.
What company are you with?
So I work with Northrop Grumman.
Oh, great.
Yes, I've been there for a while.
Uh-huh.
And also my wife and I, we have a career coaching business because
Oh,
throughout
that's
our career,
huge.
we had a lot of folks who mentored us and coached us, and we want to provide that back to all students that we're seeing today. So
That is huge. So you have a booth set up
we
downstairs?
do. We've
and
been doing
people-
resume reviews
Oh, I
all
love
morning.
it. Oh,
I've
that's
probably looked at about
wonderful.
20 resumes so far.
Oh,
So
that's wonderful.
yes.
So is this your first BEA?
It's not my first BEA, but my first BEA representing my wife and I's business and
Okay.
really supporting students from that standpoint. Because even in past years when I would attend, and I've got awarded here as well,
Oh,
I would
congratulations.
review resumes, thanks. But now it's like, no, this is actually why I'm here.
Yes.
It's to help students, college grads land that role.
And that's very powerful.
Thank you.
Because you don't have to do that. You don't.
Right.
And so when people volunteer, it's because they're giving from their heart and they see a need.
Absolutely.
And that's required. So in
Yes.
order for us to be able to bring people, they have to understand what's necessary.
Absolutely.
And sometimes I think when we look at some of these young people's parents, if they don't even know what they don't know, how can
How
we
can they
get them
help?
from here?
That's right.
So having you here and having conversations with people
Right.
who are in the community that are coming here, that's what's powerful because it's what's necessary.
Absolutely. Very necessary.
It really is.
Yeah.
Have you been to BEA before?
I have many years.
Great.
Yeah, I've been lots of times, and I love the experience.
Yeah.
First and foremost, you can't top it. And then also, I love the connections that you make along the way. So this, I don't even know what number this is. Probably like 10 or 11.
That's all right. That's all right. That's
of
all right.
being
You
here.
just keep counting.
Keep count. Yeah, exactly.
right.
And then also, one of the things I love about it is the connections with students because you see the improvement. Like looking at resumes today, amazing backgrounds. There's
Really?
some really talented students here.
Like what? Give me a couple examples.
So AI, big one. So I'm seeing a lot of students who are going off on their own and learning about machine learning, learning about AI and how it applies to the actual majors that they have. So they might be in electrical engineering or mechanical engineering, but they're looking at ways that AI can actually enhance their degrees. And this is something they're doing on their own.
Really?
Which is very exciting to
So
see.
they've identified that there is a whole category
Absolutely.
of AI.
Yeah. And not only that, but also it's impactful to their careers, which they haven't even started yet.
Right.
So they're already, I like to say, disrupt before you're disrupted. So they're trying to disrupt themselves before they enter the job market and realize, oh, wow, things are different
Yes.
than when I started as a freshman,
Yes.
which is going to be the case.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then you have to pivot.
Exactly. So why do that instead of yourself directing your own pivot, right? You don't want someone else to come and say, hey, these skills aren't necessary anymore. Change. You want to say, I know I need to augment, I need to change, I need to transform. And then you're deliberate about it.
Yes.
And that's the key.
Excuse me. And being deliberate takes away a lot of the mistakes that you don't even recognize.
That's right.
So if you're deliberate and you're paying attention to
That's
what's
right.
on that paper or in that book,
That's right.
you will then be able to take a walk away like, wait a minute, I
Yes.
learned these 3 things. Let
Right.
me change that.
Absolutely.
Or bring it to somebody that
Right.
you know. When I was coming up, I was grown, but there were 4 ladies who absolutely, they were my mentors.
Wow.
And they were all grown, and they just took me everywhere, showed me everything,
Wow.
introduced me.
Wow.
And it was so unbelievable that they would take that time. And one day, and Hilda Ford was the Secretary of Human Services or something with the city, with the state. And one day she said, I need you to just be aware of everything that you're doing. Don't just flippantly turn a page. Don't just make a stupid phone call.
Right.
Sit down and take the time and be deliberate about every single thing that you do. And it was Hilda Ford, Ann Emery, Hilda Ford, Ann Emery, Margaret Armstrong, and I have one more. And those women were, and they were all old. Their hair was white, you know.
Wow.
Have done really one incredible, oh my goodness, but they took me under their wing. It wasn't an organization, you know, formed. It was just these mentors that believed that I got to give her name, Carol Seibel.
Okay.
And Carol Seibel. So, and she was Jewish.
Okay.
And so those women found time for me to go to places where they were having meetings, or go to places where she wanted to make introductions, or somebody wanted to make. They laid out a plan, because I'm not from Baltimore.
Right. They're connecting well.
They connected me to all the things that they thought were important that I should go to, that people I should meet, events I need to attend, so that I was welcomed into the city of Baltimore.
Wow, that's amazing.
It was amazing. And they're all gone now.
Yeah.
They're
now
all
you're
gone.
That person.
Now I'm that person. And I'm bringing them. Bringing them.
Right.
But that's what we're supposed
Absolutely.
to do.
I feel the same.
And we don't know. So what do you do about having people that you work with or support you, or you support them? Or
The same, yeah. I like what you said about bringing people with you.
Yeah.
So those experiences, those meetings, those conversations, just having someone be there, be present, I think is the first step, because it takes it from just being or a recommendation to actually being something tangible.
Right.
So I think that's really great. I do the same thing. And also the intentionality behind what you do, which is what you said, right? You don't just do things just to do them. You're doing them because there's a certain North Star that you're trying to go towards.
Right.
And these things just come together and form that, right? So I think that intentionality, being deliberate about that is important. And for us, and my wife and I, in our business, one of the key things we do is we wrote a book last year. We published a book.
Oh,
so that
wonderful.
was pretty cool. But in that book, it actually has, in front of it has a star, a North Star.
I love it.
And the whole idea that it has a path towards it is because we all have dreams, we all have visions for ourselves.
Yes.
Or we should. But a lot of people don't actually write it down and think through how to hold themselves accountable to accomplishing their goals.
That.
Right? That's
when
the
you
key.
look in the mirror, what do you,
That's right.
what's that reflection?
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Right? And that's huge.
Huge. Yeah.
It's huge.
So you got to lay that foundation, that blueprint. What you saw is the same thing that we've actually taken the time to write down and said, okay, here is the blueprint that worked for us. Maybe it'll work good for you as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you have that in your book.
Yes, we do. It's a
I love
workbook.
it.
So it's not just you read it.
I love
You actually
it.
got to write some stuff in there and walk through the
Oh,
process.
that's
So, yeah.
wonderful.
Yes.
So, okay, so you really have to be committed to.
Yes.
So this ain't something you can just shoot from the hip.
We talk
no.
about our lives, right?
That's exactly right.
So it's that important. It's that important.
That's
and not just our lives, it's also everyone else, our family, our history, right? The people that come behind us, our lineage,
Yes.
even. So it's more important than even just ourselves, right? It's actually selfless because we may never even get to that North Star, but those behind us might actually have a chance because of the work we put in.
And that's exactly right, because you really trailed that blade.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
And sometimes you move some of that away
right.
just to be able to get through it.
Right.
And it's so important because we don't always know what we don't know.
Absolutely. You got to go through the process to figure it out. A lot of the uncertainties, like people call it fog of war, right? You don't know what it is until you go through it. And once you've done it, leave something behind for others.
You
Like,
better.
don't go through there. Here's the path
That's
now.
exactly
so
right.
you can take it.
And you don't have an option.
That's right. No experimentation. Yeah.
You either go there or you're not.
Right.
Right, you in or you out,
That's right.
and that's real.
Yeah. I love
We
that.
don't always want to deal with that, but that's
It's
life.
true. It's
so
true.
what's the next 10 years for you?
Yeah, so I'm looking at what's next for me in my career. So I have some thoughts and some
Okay.
opportunities that I'm looking into
All
when it comes
right.
to that. But then from a career coaching standpoint, I'm looking to how do we actualize. So we wrote the book, that's great, fantastic. But now how do we get it out there?
Yeah.
So we've been connecting with some universities. The Inroads program is
Oh,
one, you may have heard of that.
I remember
So
that.
we have a couple opportunities there that we're going to pursue to just kind of make ourselves more well known in those communities. Also provide that resource
Oh, that's
to
wonderful.
college students and high school students so that they're ready because the world is changing that they need to know.
Oh, it is. It's moving.
Absolutely.
It's really
Yeah.
moving. I was talking to some people a couple months ago, and she was just saying to me that her son decided he wanted to quit school.
Wow.
And she said that, like, I'm going to put you on punishment, kind of that
Right.
type of attitude. And so when she said that, and I was like, so why are you coming with all of the anger opposed to, because you're pushing them off,
Right.
opposed to bringing them on
Right.
and bring them closer and sharing what some of those painful things are.
Exactly.
But they can be changed if you're doing some
Right.
investigation
That's
and you
right.
have some kinds of conversations.
Right.
At the end of that, the woman said, John has really decided that he wants you to be his mother. I ain't thinking, boy.
Right.
We laughed about it, but
It's a mindset thing too. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Sounds like.
right.
Yeah.
So there's some changes that needs to happen in that household, and
Mhm.
I'm not privy to, and I don't want to be.
Right.
I'm not a psychiatrist or
Right.
whatever, but there are things that we have to be able to bring to support these young
Absolutely.
people who don't have a clue,
Mhm.
and they're going through this
Discovery.
this discovery, this
Right.
pain. And
Mhm.
this little boy, through the Ailey program that I was involved in, he
Mhm.
said, Marsha, you always trying to make everybody happy. I don't even see myself living past 15. This little
Mhm.
boy's in my head for I don't know how many years.
Wow.
I don't know how many years.
Wow.
And so you sit down and we look at what's going on,
Mhm.
and we have a lot of issues nationally.
Right. To address. Yep.
Nationally.
Mm-hmm.
And it's important that we, whatever organizations, we need to draw a circle around them and bring
Right.
them around so that these young people have hope.
Right. And there's hope.
Oh,
There
there
is hope.
is, but you've
Yeah.
got to have
Mm-hmm.
those young people supported to be able to deal with whatever they have to overcome
Right.
in that household.
That's right.
And that's
in the world too. Like
in the world.
once they leave the
That's
household, there's a whole nother.
It's a whole
aspect.
nother kind
Yeah.
of thing.
Yes.
It's a whole nother kind
That's
of thing.
good. Yeah.
It's powerful though.
Yeah. Truly enjoying our conversation.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you.
So that's what's next for me. So
Okay.
continue expanding, and then looking for other opportunities for us to connect with students and schools and organizations that have similar mindsets, similar objectives.
Are you dealing with boys? All boys?
Girls as well.
Girls and
yeah.
boys?
Mhm. Yeah, and this is more like college students
Okay.
right now.
Okay.
But we want to see what else is out there when it comes to
Mhm.
high school, because I think that when it comes to gaining skills and being
Yes.
ready professionally,
Yes.
it really starts a little bit earlier. Because by the time they're coming, like the students I talked to today, they all have their degrees or they're getting their degree.
Okay.
So they're at the end, right? So now they're
Yeah,
looking for
now
jobs. Right. So versus being a little bit earlier in the timeline, like
Mhm.
maybe entering
Mhm.
university, entering a college, or maybe looking for certifications or skills to gain.
Right.
When you said about dropping out of school, I started thinking about whether students are going to college or trying to get certificates, and there's pros and cons to both.
Yeah.
But that is something to be considered right now,
Mhm.
right? So what advice do you give a high school student who may have certain things they want to do, but they're not sure if college is the path?
Right.
and what are the other options that exist today that could help them get there.
And I agree, but I think there's also in identifying some of these companies that have entry-level kinds of programs. But moreover, we need to have, have those connections in different cities.
Absolutely. Because it's more than just what you see around you. Yes, absolutely.
No question. And it's necessary.
Yeah, even globally, I started thinking about that, right?
Yeah.
Globally, there's a professor, he actually was recognized at Bayer as well. He's looking at how we expanding and have more collaboration with research facilities in Africa, right? Different African countries. So that way it's more than just what we see even, nationally, right? Because there's similar challenges, similar backgrounds, experiences. What if we partnered? What if we collaborated?
This spring, we're launching Service to Nation, a national virtual job and career fair, a nationwide movement to connect America's high school students with careers of purpose, innovation, and service. From rural towns to urban schools, Service to Nation invites grades 10 through 12 to explore emerging fields like artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and quantum computing, while meeting real employers, colleges, and national service organizations. Our message is clear: your future, your service, your nation. This campaign isn't just about jobs. It's about civic readiness, workforce development, and national impact. With videos, social content, and live experiences, we'll reach students where they are and give partners a platform to meet mission-driven young talent. Together, we'll inspire a generation to learn, serve, and lead. Service to Nation, a national virtual job and career fair. Learn more at servicetonation.org.
Tabor. Welcome back, everybody. We've talked about commerce. We've talked about apprenticeship. Now let's talk about the thing that powers all of it. When you flip on a light switch, when you plug in your phone, when an entire data center fires up to train an AI model, none of it works without one industry doing its job at scale, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. That industry is energy and utilities. And here's what nobody told you in high school. This is one of the most exciting, fastest changing, highest demand career sectors in America right now. The grid is going through the biggest transformation it has seen in a century. For all of you other folks, that's 100 years. Renewables, EV infrastructure, AI-powered grid management, smart meters, cybersecurity for critical infrastructure. And on top of all of that, the utility industry is facing a massive wave of retirements, which means thousands of high-paying jobs are opening up across this country right now. Veterans, utilities are the most veteran-friendly employers in America. Your discipline, your safety mindset, and your operations experience. This is exactly what this industry is hungry for. Students, if you ever want a career that lets you work with cutting-edge technology and feel like you're literally keeping the country running, this is your lane. And to walk through it all, we have a man who built his entire career around one mission: connecting people, passion, and purpose. Cornell Johnson is the Director of Community Engagement and Strategic Partnerships at the Center for Energy Workforce Development, the national organization working hand in hand with America's utilities to build the energy workforce of the future. He is a transformational strategic leader, a workplace change agent, and a builder of the kind of partnerships that move entire industries forward. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Cornell Johnson.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm very, very, very excited to be with you all today. I'm hoping that this little bit of time that we're together can be more interactive than less of a monologue. So you're not just hearing me blow hot air at you all. So as questions arise, please feel free to pop those into the chat. And I'm sure they'll make sure that those get to me, and I'm happy to pause, or we can drive the conversation in a different direction if that feels more appropriate or more applicable in any way. So in the energy sector is very broad, it's very vast. It is home to everybody from GEDs to PhDs. And with that, there are a plethora of different career paths, professions, and everything in between. And that looks like, so yes, we have engineers. Yes, we have people who work on the grid and climb poles. But we also have attorneys. We have human resources professionals. We have accountants. We have civil engineers. We have electrical engineers. We have technicians. We have meter readers. We have people who obviously need their commercial driver's license. We have everything in between that you can think of that any other industry has. And so today we're going to talk a little bit about what some of those pathways look like and just what some of those opportunities look like. And just why you should even just be looking at this industry differently or just giving it a little bit of a nod. So I have a presentation ready that I'm going to flip through a little bit here today. And some of this we're going to flip through a little bit faster just because some of it is a little bit more granular than what I think you all need here today. But we're going to try to stay very high level, 30,000 foot view. What is this industry? What is it about? What do we do? What do we represent? And how can you tap into that? So you heard a little bit about everything that this industry is focusing on. He mentioned that this industry has a beautiful representation of veterans, so much so that it is double the national average of any other industry, in which we're really, really proud of that. But we're going to talk a little bit about everything and what those pathways are. So you have everything in different verticals and generation sources and fuel sources. So those are your natural gas, your LNG, your liquefied natural gas. LNG is a huge export for us here in America, and we make a lot of money on that in America by exporting it to different countries. So you have your natural gas as a generation source. You have nuclear, you have hydrothermal, you have hydro, you have geothermal, you have offshore and land-based wind, which is part of your renewable sector that you start to see, which includes solar. You have electrification, which is going to be all of the EVs, the electrical vehicles that you see coming around. And all of those things require three things. They require infrastructure, they require electrons and capacity on the grid, and they require people who are going to do the work and get it done. So as we go through this here, again, feel free to stop me. Feel free to jump in wherever you guys would like to. So this is just a little bit about CWD and who we are. CWD is a national nonprofit, but we are agnostic to the different generation sources. So if you've paid attention to energy at all over the last few years, there are a lot of competing priorities even within the industry. And so you have folks who are very loyal and passionate about oil and gas, and then you have folks who want to decarbonize the grid, decarbonize our country, and really focus on more of a renewable and a cleaner energy source with a lower carbon footprint. And so we are agnostic. We represent everybody across the entire sector. And in our membership and in our representation, we represent about 90% of the entire energy industry. And so here where you see kind of this alphabet soup of organizations here, those are different trade associations. And every organization, if you will, they have a trade association in which they belong to. And that trade association, they do a lot of their bidding for them here in DC on the Hill, from a policy perspective, from a legislative perspective. Think more of global strategy, local execution. And these trade associations help with that global strategy for their specific vertical within the sector, if that makes sense. And all of those trade associations belong to us, and they help guide our body of work. So here, we're going to jump in right here, because I think this is what we all know to be kind of the most important data set here when we're all thinking about our careers, our jobs, and where we're going to be, is money. How much money can you make, and when can you make it? The energy sector is one, like I said before, home to everybody from GEDs to PhDs. And so I say that again to raise the point that you don't have to go to college and complete a 4-year degree to earn a living wage and to have a middle-class income and to live a beautiful, comfortable life. And we have line workers. I'm just going to give you this example here. We have line workers in this industry. And so your line workers are the folks that go up in the bucket trucks and they're working on the power lines outside of your house or on the street, what have you. And not in year one, but we have line workers who eventually, with overtime, they're making anywhere from $200,000 to $400,000 per year with no college degree, with no student loan debt. They are going in and they're making these wages. But let me put an asterisk next to that and say this. It is often thought that college is hard, it's rigorous. And if you go into the skilled trades and you go into these other verticals and opportunities, that it's going to be a lot easier. Energy is not necessarily an easy industry to work in or to work for. A lot of the testing required to be in this space is very rigorous. It is difficult. It is a lot of math. It is a lot of electricity. It is a lot of calculations. It is a lot of things. But on the other side of that, you're compensated very handsomely. So here in this slide here, you'll see a little bit of some of the components and what the median wage is, just kind of a couple years into your career here. And I don't know where a lot of you are. I think a lot of you are across the country, but depending where you are, these wages go a long way in a lot of middle America, Mountain West, the South. So if you're not in the New Yorks, Californias, DCs, those very, very expensive and very rich metropolises, these wages go very, very far. Here's just a little bit looking forward, why we need you all, right? And so once upon a time, the workforce, people will go to a job, go to a company, and they would work for that company for 30 years, retire, and then live a beautiful life. That's not what it is anymore. Folks switch jobs every 3 to 5 years, and we know that. We understand that, and we want to prepare for that. But now we have the boomers, and we have the Gen X's and everybody that is now pushing closer and closer to retirement. And with that, there's an opportunity and a surge and a need for workforce. And so you'll see here in that top bullet point that 40% of the utility workforce is going to retire in the next 4 years, or at least they'll be eligible for retirement. And so with that, there is a huge vacuum and huge opportunity and a huge need for folks to come into this space. And the way that we're welcoming folks into this space is ever evolving, right? Change moves at the speed of trust, but change also moves at the speed of opportunity and necessity. And right now, with all of the AI resources and tools and campaigns that are coming online, the way that we do the work is changing, right? And we need people who are forward thinking and are able to come up with innovative solutions to do the job differently. I'm going to give you a couple of examples of what that can look like. And hopefully one day we work together and we can put some of these practices to use. But gone are the days where we have meter readers, people who go around to your house, they hold a meter up to your door or to the little meter on the side of your house, and they tell you what your usage has been for that month or that quarter, what have you, and they bill you. That's becoming automated. We have automated AI solutions that are now helping with storm prep and storm recovery. If you live in the Gulf South, you know how hurricane season can be. And now we have tools that can show us what trees and vegetation pose the most risk to power lines and be able to address that before the storm comes in. In the West, you know about wildfires. We have AI solutions and drones that are able to scan and survey areas and see where there's heat signatures that are already building underground and put a fire out before it even starts. We have robotic dogs that are going into nuclear plants and nuclear facilities and doing 3D mapping and things of that nature, where we're able to significantly reduce the amount of radiation that a human body or a human person is exposed to. And so being able to play with some of these toys is absolutely amazing. It's very cool. And I would absolutely encourage you all, even now, to go and visit one of your utility companies or a power plant and just learn how they're using some of these really cool toys. Data centers. A lot of this is around innovation in data centers. We all know that data centers are here, they're going to be here, and they're going to keep coming. But how the energy industry is looking at data centers and what that means from two different lenses is really what I'm going to speak on for just a moment here. One is from a workforce lens, right? Will data centers be a net workforce, a net job creator, basically? And from the infrastructure lens, absolutely. Somebody has to build them. And so we are seeing such a surge, as you saw 1 or 2 slides ago, in the need for electricians and plumbers. Those are the two key skilled trades that are needed the most around this data center infrastructure build out, is electricians and plumbers. The other part around data centers that our industry is looking at is how do we protect ratepayers, right? So your parents or those who are paying your electricity bill, your utility bill, how do we protect ratepayers from having to incur the cost of data centers coming online, number one. And number two, how do we take the hyperscalers, those who are building the data centers, your Googles, your Metas, your Amazons, how do we take them and make them very thoughtful strategic partners to the communities in which they're coming into. So for example, Virginia has Data Center Alley, lots of data centers going up in Virginia. And so how do we ensure those ratepayers and those community stakeholders that are in those neighborhoods surrounding that area in Virginia are leveraging and benefiting from Meta and Amazon and Google coming in to their neighborhood and building these data centers? And there's a few different ways that the utility companies are doing that. I won't dive too deep into that right now, but just know that that is something that we welcome the thought partnership on. You have regulators and public service commissioners that are a key stakeholder in that space, and it's another avenue of this industry. Your regulators in 12 states are elected officials, and their job is really to hold the utility companies accountable, right? And so it's not the wild, wild west. Utility companies can't just go out and just do what they want because they do. So it has to be voted on, it has to be passed, and it has to be thoughtful considerations that go into that. And those considerations can be the cost. It can be whether or not they're creating jobs. It can be ways that they're engaging the community. It can be ways to decarbonize. There are a lot of factors that go into that. And those regulators, they hold utilities accountable to that. So here we're kind of looking again out. I told you just now the data centers and the electricians needed, but electricians are also, those are the guys that are up on the lines, right? And so electricians is probably the number one skilled trade profession that you will see hear talked about and promoted here in this energy space. And I'm going to pause on that and come back to that next point in just a second. But here you get a little bit of a look at where's the need and the why. So here's kind of where we're talking about the societal impacts and just the way that we're looking at building a workforce. A lot of this is a little bit granular, and I'm going to go forward a little bit into a couple of things that I really want to put in front of you all in these last 5 minutes or so here. Higher power. If any of you are young ladies and women that are really interested in this space, curious about this space, what have you, yes, this is a male-dominated industry, and we can call a spade and acknowledge that. But we are absolutely supporting the continued growth of women in the skilled trades. And Higher Power is a tool, a resource, and a program that is aimed at doing just that and leveling the playing field for women. Think about tools like line workers, as I'm saying, and think about having to lift those heavy transformers. Partnering with organizations like Milwaukee, for example, where we can build tools that eliminate the need for upper body strength to do the job. There's mentorship and mentees within this program. Just really cool, really, really, really awesome women that are doing the job, but then also creating tools and creatives and resources that will further support women in this space. So please, if you're a young lady out there, get into Higher Power. Troops to Energy Jobs. We talked a little bit already at a very high level about our veterans in this space, but Troops to Energy Job is just that. It has an MOS translator. So basically whatever you were doing in the military, here's how that job can translate to the energy sector, and we're going to help you get there. I'm going to kind of fast forward through some of this. The Urban League in Unidos, if any of you all are familiar with the National Urban League, they operate in 93 cities across America. Unidos has 300 affiliates, and we've partnered with them to bring energy careers, opportunities, and education and make them forward-facing and more accessible to you all directly in your community. So they have specific energy education, after-school programs, pre-apprenticeship programs, and we've created pathways in partnership with them to help you access our industry a little bit easier. Through that program here, just to touch on it at a very high level, through that program here, some of this number is a little bit outdated here, but over almost 900 people have gotten jobs, and almost $20 million in starting salaries have come just through this program with the National Urban League. This blueprint here is really, really cool. Right here, you'll see on the right more so, is just kind of really a blueprint. Right? If you're interested in energy careers and you're trying to figure out what that looks like and how to access them, this blueprint just gives that to you. Do you like math? Okay, go this route. Do you like to work outside? You work with your hands? Go this route. Here are majors that maybe you should consider in college. Here are technical schools if you don't want to go to college, but you want to go straight into the skilled trades. So this blueprint just really helps outline some of that. I want to put, I don't know if I can put something in. I don't know if you guys can see anything in the chat here, but I'm going to give you all a website that will help you all with all of these resources, because I know I'm throwing a lot of things at you here. And so this website will have everything right there for you. And that's www.getintoenergy.org. And everything that you need to know about how to access careers in energy or how to get into this space or break into this space, you'll find that on that website there. Perfect. Third week of October is Careers in Energy Week across the country. We worked really hard to get some legislation passed with senators and Congress last year, and that was passed pro forma, bipartisan on both sides of the aisle. And so now we're able to do really cool things around Careers in Energy Week. This isn't public news yet, but happy to share it with you all that this year for Careers in Energy Week, we are partnering with the National Urban League and Live Nation, and we're going to do a concert. Hopefully in 2 cities this year in the country. And that concert will be free. And the only thing you'll have to do is a small survey around what your interests are relative to the energy industry. But it'll be a free concert. It'll be really cool. Right now, we're going through some really cool big names to see who will be the performer in each of those 2 cities. But we are trying to figure out the likes of Big X the Plug and Lil Tecca and some of these other people that I have no clue who they are, but I'm sure that some of you will. So that'll be fun. And then lastly, I want to come here on this map here. This might be a little bit more pertinent. Energy Connector for you all. This is a QR code that takes you straight to Energy Connector. And this is ways to be connected with energy curriculum, energy resources, the utility companies and the employers within your specific state, service territory, or locale. So this tool here is really, really awesome. It's a cool way to just get plugged in. This and getintoenergy.org. And then I'm going to actually bring down the presentation just here for just a moment. And we can close the presentation slides up. Perfect. So there's a couple minutes left. I wanted to save 2 minutes if there are any questions that you wanted to pop into the chat. There's a lot we didn't cover. So I want to encourage you all, if you have questions, please feel free to visit either getintoenergy.org. Please feel free to email me. My email address is my first name, Cornell, @cewd.org. And so please feel free to reach out and email me. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. I'm happy to connect you with the appropriate folks if you're looking to explore employers within your certain space, if you want to talk to the unions and talk about registered apprenticeships, or if you want to look at career technical schools. Please reach out. Happy to connect with you all on LinkedIn, email me, or whatever have you. So thank you all for having me, and it's been a pleasure.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being, with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
The future isn't waiting. It's calling on students ready to step up. It's calling on you to serve communities, to explore careers, to build what comes next. Service to Nation, a national virtual job and AI training connects students to real pathways, real skills, and real purpose. College-bound or not, your future belongs here. Discover what's possible. Visit servicetonation.org.
Good morning, super awesome, wonderful young people. I'm excited to be here this morning to hang out with you all. I think we're going to have some fun. I understand that you all are interested in taking over the world, being multi-billionaires, and allowing me to retire one day soon. I am Gary Sims. I am an area support lead for Microsoft, but more importantly, I am a member of STEM City. Thanks to Dr. Tyrone Tabon, I am the chairman of the Workforce Development Committee. So when you think of workforce, you think of jobs and how hard they are, and you think of STEM and all of the work you got to do to get there. But I am here to enlighten you on the fun stuff. You are doing some phenomenal things right now. And we're going to have a dialogue, primarily me, chatting with you. Hopefully you take away a few nuggets of things that will intrigue you that you're already doing to show how great you can be in the future. When we hear about STEM careers, we often think about math and computer science and engineering and real deep technical things, which is great. I love those things. I like doing them. I'm an engineer, a software architect. I love infrastructure, but I'm also a futurist. I love looking at the future and using scientific formulas to do predictability and have fun. But you might go, wow, where did all of that come from and how did I get there? I got there from where you are right now in your journey. High school, thinking about what I'm going to do over the summer. What hustle am I going to put in place? Am I going to go cut yards and grass to make some money? Am I going to go work at the fast food restaurant? Am I going to go wash cars? You know, what is that hustle that I'm going to do to help me make money so that I can have some cash to hang out with my friends and go to the movies and get the things I want over the summer? But you probably don't realize those things are STEM careers too. Everything has math in it. Math is a STEM: science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. Mostly everything has engineering in it to some degree, but everything has transferable skills. The reason I want you to note that term, transferable skills, it is how you will do phenomenal things in the future. So let's say you're cutting grass, making your hustle over the summer. You set a price, $50 a yard. You can do 5 yards in a day. That's $250. Maybe you only work on the weekend, Saturday and Sunday. That's $250 a day times 2. That's $500. So what did we do? We had to manage our time so we could get to those yards. So we had to schedule. Transferable skill, time management, scheduling, risk mitigation to the schedule. If it's raining, I can't cut the day, or if it's going to rain later, I got to cut before the rain. I got to think about risk management. I got to think about cost and value. What equipment do I have to use? Do I have to rent a lawnmower? Do I own my lawnmower? Do I have to put gas in the lawnmower? Is it electric? And you think, I can't use any of these things if I go work at a technology company, or if I go work in a bank or in a manufacturing organization. Yes, you can, because those are transferable skills. You're doing time management. You're coordinating activities. You're scheduling with people. More importantly, you're managing a conversation of a product so that people understands the value of it and will come back and use that product again. One of the challenges I see facing the youth of today for the future of tomorrow is we evolve into artificial intelligence. People are hesitant to think, I possess what that needs and I can go be successful. When instead the vision is, oh, this is hard, this is complex, I don't know computers, I can't do artificial intelligence. But in reality, you're the best people to do it. You're a bright young mind with a clean slate. And you've been doing things all through high school, wherever you were playing sports, you were on the debate team, you were dealing in the science lab, coming up with some cool things to save the world. All of those things, all of those things are the things that will help you be successful. One of the things about artificial intelligence that's a real job that people will have and do have and are needed now, it's called prompt engineers. So you think, oh man, I got to learn how to code. No, you got to learn how to tell a story to get a system to produce an outcome. In life, all on this journey, there are going to be things that you do that you don't associate with deep technical STEM kind of things. But in all actuality, you're doing it every day. So I said prompt engineering. Getting a system to do something you want it to do. Think about that when you pull up to the fast food thing to get your Big Mac and fries, and you don't want any lettuce on it. So you say no lettuce, extra sauce and extra ice in my Coke. That's the same thing with prompt engineering. At the command line, you write, I want it to do X because I want to get Y out of it. And this is how I want you to formulate it. You already know how to do that because you already know how to have a conversation. High school, I think, far better resources than even college. In college, you're reading a lot of books and you're studying. I love college. I want all y'all to go to school. Don't think I'm telling you not to. Go to school, learn everything you can, learn every day. I'm still learning. I go to school more frequently than most people. But high school, when I reflect, wow, the things that I picked up from high school, how to interact in a social environment, how to collaborate, how to do things, be partners in the science lab, how to work on projects in the shop, how to do real storytelling when I had to write English papers and do stories out of different books. That's where I had the most fun. Also, playing sports from football to basketball to hockey, just loving the life and having fun, because the more you have fun, the more you learn. Everything you do should be fun. Every time you go into class, you should just smile. You should try this for the rest of the school year. Just smile, laugh, say you're happy. You freak the teachers out because they think you're stressed out, but you're not. You're learning transferable skills. Skills you can take from one thing to do something else, no matter what it is. Some of you young people and entrepreneurs, you probably got a babysitting hustle going on the side. You probably are doing some garage cleaning or, junk removal. We already talked about lawn caring. Maybe there are some painters out there. Whatever you're doing, garage auto mechanic, you like mechanics and you know how to change tires and fix engines. All of these things present skills. So let's talk a little bit about just some basic, everyday, transferable skills that a lot of people don't illuminate because they don't think they're important. We hit on time management a moment ago, but I've been telling you one through this conversation. Storytelling. You are phenomenal at storytelling. And storytelling is a transferable skill. If you think about it, some of the greatest marketing things you see on television, in theaters, and movies, or you hear on the radio in songs and lyrics, is just storytelling. And you already do it. You do it every day. Someone says how your day is going, you tell them a quick little story. Your parents or guardian asks, how was school today? You tell them a quick little story. And when it's super exciting, you emphasize school was great. I got to talk to this crazy dude, Mr. Sims, who's an area support lead for Microsoft, and he talked about transferable skills. He also made me think about a hustle I could have. I could go around painting mailboxes, charge people $25 a day, do 5 mailboxes a day is $125 a day. Man, that's some cash I could have to go buy my new Nikes. You can tell a story. Do not discount your transferable skills. So as you're thinking about things you're doing over the summer, and as you're thinking about getting to that senior year and selecting that college you want to go to, think about the storytelling you have to do and how that's a transferable skill. And how do you hone in that skill? Be more verbose in your conversations. Not long-winded. There's a difference in being verbose and long-winded. Some people come and have conversations with me and they just keep talking and talking and talking and talking. I don't know what they're talking about. Other people are very succinct and verbose, and this happened on this day at this time with these people, and this was the outcome, and this was my feeling, and it was phenomenal and great, and they move on. Don't just say, oh, my day was good. My day was great. I got to interact with some high school students in STEM City. We talked about transferable skills. I was energized. As a matter of fact, I took some of that to my next meeting with the executive committee and just challenged them. Are you telling your stories right today? That's what we want to do. Understand our transferable skills, to which one of them are storytelling. Another one we hit on, but I want to go back to because it's critical in all work. Time management. You're really good at time management. You're juggling several classes. You got to get up to get to school on time. I know some of you guys and girls oversleep. You stay in late, but you got it timed out to where you still make it before that first bell. You get in there because you know how to manage time. You know how to manage time to do the chores you got to get done, the things you got to do in the afternoon, in the evening. You know how to manage your time so you have free time on the weekends. Time management. It's a critical transferable skill. And we don't talk about it a lot. We say, oh, I worked at the corner store or at the fast food place, but you still manage time. And you got to emphasize that so people know. And if you feel you're not good at managing time, get great at managing time because your time is valuable. That's where you make your money, on your time. You got to be able to be where you got to be on time and get the work done to move on to the next thing. So we talked about storytelling. We talked about managing time. There's another thing that I believe young people, especially high school students, do extremely well, but yet again, don't really talk about it as a transferable skill. Financial management. Yeah, I know some of you people just thought, I don't do financial management. I don't even have any money. I can't do financial management. Yes, you can. And you do it very well because you know how much that new pair of tennis shoes cost. You know how much you need to go on to the movies with your friends. You know how much you need to get that new jacket or shirt or pants or video game, or CD or music or download. You know. And you know how to calculate it. And you know I got to save this much this week to get this thing I want next week. But you also know if I put this money away, I'll have it for when I want to do this. But again, because you're young and moving forward to the next phase of life, you don't associate that with something critical like a transferable skill. I promise you, what you do with money is a transferable skill, because when you get to college, you got to pay tuition, and maybe you got to pay room and board, and maybe you got to pay for a meal plan. You got to have clothes to wear to school. You don't want those sneakers to wear or whatever cool shoes you're wearing. And might get a little cold and you might need a hoodie, and you might be far away and need to travel home and have money to travel home. And maybe you want to take a car to school and now you got a car payment. You know how to manage money. You know financial management. You know how to save. You know how to estimate. You even know how to budget because you do it even if you don't write it down. Why am I talking about these things? And why is transferable skills so important for you as a high school student preparing for the next phase in life? Let's think about artificial intelligence. You can use artificial intelligence to find all kind of information, get all kind of things to help you do more efficient, effective, and faster things in life. But it cannot do the job that you do, and it cannot define and convey who you are. It can help you write a resume. It can help you tell a story. But you got to feed it the information. And the information that you feed artificial intelligence is the same information you need to fill in the blanks for society. Who are you? What are you capable of doing? How are you capable of doing it? What will the outcomes be for your future? You have to fill all of that in. It's not hard. It's what you're doing. And now your mind is going, yeah, I see what Mr. Sims is talking about. I do like to manage my money. This money thing is working for me. I understand what he's doing. Okay. I might need to save a little more. Or you thinking, I'm going to freak my parents out today. When they ask me how was school, I'm going to have a whole conversation, a verbose one. Your parents will ask you if you feel all right. They're going to be, hey, you okay? Because you normally just say, oh, it was good. Things was all right. No, give them a whole sentence or two. Blow their mind. All right. So we talked about storytelling, financial management, and time management. I want to conversate with you on why I know you can do crisis management. And if you're wondering, it's a very lucrative career to do crisis management. It's part of my role as an area support lead. I deal with crisis. I deal with executive escalations. I deal with the world is on fire and somebody needs to come up with an answer of why and what we're going to do about it. But how did I get those skills? Like all the old people in your life, I'll tell you a story about high school. I had a high school teacher. I was taking architecture engineering. I was learning how to draw buildings, and in Washington, D.C., drawing the subway. And one day we came in and all the projects were gone. It was time for finals, and my project was gone. This was not going to work out well, but it was truly a crisis because in my household, you couldn't fail a class. That was going to be a problem. Mama was going to be upset. However, I, somewhat being a class clown, did not know I was doing crisis management. Because I was telling everybody, oh, don't worry, it'll be fun. We'll go down to the chicken shack, the little corner place, get some wings, we'll get some pop, we'll come back, we'll cram through lunch, we'll get everything back. I was just having fun because I figured, well, it's all gone. This is going to be hard, but we might as well get some wings and pop. But that's crisis management. How do you diffuse a bad situation, find the positivity in it, and strive to relieve the negative instances that are happening that are impacting you? In that moment, I didn't know I was doing crisis management. I was being a class clown. But in reality, I was calming people down. I was highlighting the possibility of us being successful. I was finding a new path to get done what we needed to get done and moving forward with the things we needed to do. The thing most important to me when I think of that is I didn't know what transferable skills were then. I knew I had a problem. I knew I had a crisis. I knew I wanted to have fun and work through it. So you may be thinking right now, well, how does that apply to me? Could be you got a lot of stuff coming at the end of the year. It's time to finish up the school year. Maybe you're behind, maybe you aren't. Maybe you got a crisis going on at home, and you know what? You got to cut the grass, but you need to meet the friends at 4, but you got to cut the grass. You don't get out of school till 3. You got 1 hour. Get home, cut the grass, and be ready to go. Maybe you were saving up all your money. You had it in your pocket. You left it on the school bus. Somebody else got all your money. You can't go get those brand new sneakers now. How you get it? Oh, you're dealing with a bunch of crises. Some of them are more significant than others. Time management, problem management, frustration, anxiety, all crises. But you're working through them because you already know if something's going wrong, I need to talk to somebody. That's crisis management. And my role, if the world's on fire, I go talk to somebody. What's going on? Why is this happening? How come this is going on? How can I help? And then we lay out a plan and we go help and get it done. The same thing in life that you're doing in high school. Maybe you got a peer who's going through something and, you know, we all said this in high school, that teacher don't like me. That may or may not be true. But talk to your buddy. They may say, well, they're a stickler for the way you write. Write your story this way, or work on this project this way, or turn your paper in a day early so they know that you're committed. There's always a solution to the crisis. And it is one of the greatest transferable skills. But remember, I just said, talk to somebody. If you talk to somebody, you're telling a story. If you're telling a story, you're communicating. If you're communicating, telling a story, being effective, being efficient, managing time, you are, in fact, doing crisis management. It's everything we've been talking about. So that hustle that you have, working in the fast food place, working in the dry cleaner, cutting the grass, painting the mailbox, whatever it is, it's preparing you for crisis management. Because maybe you were painting mailboxes, you ran out of paint halfway through and you don't remember the paint code. Now you got to go back to the hardware store. You got to get them to match the paint. You got to get some more paint so you can go back and finish the job. It was a crisis at the moment, but you worked through it. You went and talked to the person at the hardware store. They told you what the match number was. They blended you up some paint. You went back and finished up, got paid your $25. You're still on your way. You got to manage time now because you had to deviate. You had a little crisis. You had to leave and come back, but you can make it up. I've been talking a lot. I'm going to start to summarize by saying it like this. Anything you're doing right now is preparing you to the future. As leader of the Workforce Development Committee, I want you to be inspired to go do great and wonderful things. But I already know you're doing great and wonderful things. So I want you to be able to tell that story, to convey them to others so that they understand how phenomenal you are and what you're capable of doing. I want you to be able to share with people your journey in a verbose way, not long-winded. Don't just sit there and talk. Tell a story, be concise, deliver the message, show them how great you are at managing time, managing money, telling a story, managing a crisis, doing problem management, doing project management. Because right now, you're a gold mine. People want to hire you. And the more you learn, the more you read, the more you absorb, the more you are destined to be the critical element of the future and create the next innovation pivot beyond artificial intelligence and quantum computing and exascale computing. All of that stuff is coming. But I'm investing in you all because you're sitting on a gold mine. You are a gold mine. You are a phenomenal group of people. It has been a pleasure talking with you, even though you couldn't chat back and forth this morning. I feel the vibe. I feel the energy. I know you're thinking about these great things. With that, I'll put a bow on it. Thank you for your time. Continue to strive. You are our future. You are the critical element that we're depending on. Do great things. Stay engaged. Collaborate with one another and tell the story. Thank you very much.
This spring, we're launching Service to Nation, a national virtual job and career fair, a nationwide movement to connect America's high school students with careers of purpose, innovation, and service. From rural towns to urban schools, Service to Nation invites grades 10 through 12 to explore emerging fields like artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and quantum computing, while meeting real employers, colleges, and national service organizations. Our message is clear: your future, your service, your nation. This campaign isn't just about jobs. It's about civic readiness, workforce development, and national impact. With videos, social content, and live experiences, we'll reach students where they are and give partners a platform to meet mission-driven young talent. Together, we'll inspire a generation to learn, serve, and lead. Service to Nation, a national virtual job and career fair. Learn more at servicetonation.org.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children, with caring mentors and hands-on activities, with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle, with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being, with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Welcome back. And listen, I want you to pay close attention to this next one because it might be the most important conversation we have all day. Every segment so far has shown you what's possible, the careers, the industries, the pathways. But here's a question nobody likes to ask out loud. How do you actually get from where you are right now? How does a high school senior become a quantum computing engineer? How does a Marine become a data scientist? What credentials actually matter in 2026? What's a college degree worth versus a boot camp versus a military credential versus on-the-job training? This is what our next segment is all about, education and workforce development. And it's one of my favorite topics. Here's why this matters right now. AI is rewriting the job faster than schools can keep up. There are roles in AI, cybersecurity, and quantum computing that didn't exist 5 years ago. And there will be roles 5 years from now that don't exist today. So the question is not whether the future is coming. The question is, are we building the bridges so you can walk across into it? That is the work of our next presenter, and she is the absolute top tier of people doing it anywhere in this country. Dr. Talitha Washington is the executive director of Howard University's Center for Applied Data Science and Analytics, Go Bison. She holds the Sean McLeese Endowed Chair. She is professor of mathematics, and she co-chairs Howard's President AI Advisory Council. She is principal investigator of a national science-funded national research network on AI jobs, AI skills, and AI credentials, which is literally the answer to the question we just asked. She is a former NSF program director. She is a past president of the Association for Women in Mathematics. She is a fellow of the American Mathematical Society, the AWM, and the AAAS. If anyone in this country has a map of where you can go and how you can get there, it is her. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to please welcome Dr. Talitha Washington.
What a fantastic introduction. So today I am going to talk to you all about powering up your future, data, AI, and some opportunities. As my introducer said, Dr. McCray said, I am here at Howard University in Washington, D.C. in the Office of the Provost. So I'll just share some ideas and tips and what I can to let you know about different opportunities in data and AI. Before I begin, I just want to say that everything I say is my opinion. If you like it, great. If you don't, that's okay too. And so they're just my opinion, my views. And hopefully I'll be able to inspire you to think about things in different ways. So where did I begin? Well, you can see me on the left-hand side there. Cute little baby. They call me light bulb head, I guess, because my hair or lack thereof, not sure which. But I'm from Evansville, Indiana, which is in southwestern Indiana. And that's a picture of me in the middle going to the, I guess, the holiday dance. I think it was my sophomore year in high school there, going with a friend of mine. And, you know, you just never know where you and your friends will end up. I ended up being a mathematician, and he ended up being on stage with Bruno Mars. His name is Philip Lawrence. So we're still great friends to this day. So you just never know where you start, even if it's crazy here. It's how you finish. And so when I went to college at Spelman in Atlanta, Georgia, I actually tested into pre-calculus 2. Most of my friends there, they tested in calculus 1 or higher. And so I didn't know matrices. So I kind of started out, I'll say at a lower level, pre-cal 2. And you can also see that in my second semester of my first year, I took a W. A W is when you would draw from a class. You don't have to take an L. That would be a loss because I was not doing well. I was struggling. It was proofwriting. It was hard. I took that same class a year later. I stuck with my studies, did not give up. A year later, I made an A in that class. So sometimes you may hit that class where you're like, oh, it's so hard right now. You might have to wait and do it later. And then you knock it out with an A. So what did I do as an undergrad at Spelman? So I had some jobs because we're kind of talking about jobs and upskilling, that sort of thing. My first summer, I was going to cut grass. That's why you see a big block of grass there. It was really hard to find a job. I lived in our career services all the time. They had lots of pizza too, with the info sessions. And Bristol Myers Squibb in Evansville, Indiana, back home, was going to hire me to work on the lawn. I got there, they interviewed me. They said, "Oh no, you can come work in AC," as a pharmaceutical packaging intern. It was super. I got to look at and write a report on the safe handling of cytotoxic compounds right there on the plant floor. Really learned a lot, had a great mentor there. I also tutored in math at Spelman. We got paid for that, which is great. I did a summer program at Bentley in accounting. I also was an actuarial intern at Cigna in Hartford, Connecticut, and a resident assistant at Spelman. So, and the resident assistant in the dorms meant that I helped other people in dorms, and I got paid to do that and live and eat. So I always had a job as an undergraduate and also as high school. I think I did McDonald's twice in high school. And so always had a job, was doing something. So you see me over at the left-hand side at Spelman, where I flipped burgers, also played in the marching band. And one of the topics that I investigated as an undergrad is stability of difference equations, which to this day, we won't say how many decades later, actually is a foundation for my mathematical work now. I then went on to get a master's and PhD from the University of Connecticut. So what happens between college and then PhD, they actually give you some money to live on and you don't pay tuition. So it was hard work, it was fun, and it was paid for. So good work does pay off, but you gotta, if you hit the struggle walls, you gotta keep pushing forward. The way I like to think about things is through mathematical modeling. I like to look and see what's happening, both when I was in graduate school and then after graduate school as a postdoc at Duke University. I looked at mathematical biology, where I looked at a biological phenomenon, investigate and look at what's happening through a mathematical model and developing mathematics to describe what's happening, to form hypotheses, to help quantify, to help make predictions, to say what's happening, to say what's not happening. So I guess that's another way to say I'm mathematically nosy. And right now, I am the executive director, Center for Applied Data Science Analytics here at Howard University, and have super fun working with faculty, working with students and programs across the curriculum. Our program is led by Dr. Amy Clark-Kume, professor of environment and equity. We also have professors in biology, math, medicine, education, English. Why? Because data science analytics transcends all disciplines. Everybody has a little data, whether it's text, whether it's numbers, whether it's images, and we like to harness, try to figure out what's going on. So in thinking about data science, we could think about data science to extract useful information from some data set. So like I have my Apple Watch on, and perhaps I can extract some useful information about my oxygen uptake, intake, how much I'm exercising, rate of perceived exertion, all of those things, and maybe extract something useful. Maybe I worked more this week, or maybe not. But that is the idea. Can we take data and say something useful? Now, we hear a lot about artificial intelligence these days. We can think of artificial intelligence as leveraging computers and machines to mimic problem-solving and decision-making capabilities of the human mind, whether it's a car to mimic my driving, hopefully better, whether it's I'm pushing text into a phone and it's predicting the next word after looking at a string of words, or it's trying to say, I wonder what she's going to write next. Maybe it's this word, and it'll suggest words. So the idea of AI is to mimic humans in as much as possible. But we've also seen a lot of, I'll say, interesting phenomenon around AI, anywhere from jobs to data centers to humanoid robots to how will this shift the market? How will this shift what we should learn, how we should learn, where we should learn? How do we remain good stewards and be ethically responsible so that it doesn't inflict harm? So there's a lot that's happening now. And when I talked with AI with our students here at Howard some time ago, this past semester, when I asked them what they think about AI and art, what came to mind, they said inauthentic, bad, soulless, jobless. So there's a lot of, I'll say, folks who don't like it, But guess what? Cat's out of the bag, and it's here. And I will say this, after talking with the students, I think about 15 minutes in, and hopefully you'll give me that opportunity here as well. When we looked at what AI really was, it was like, oh, it's not as bad as what I thought it was. So let's dive into what is this AI stuff really? So you can think of, you see the Venn diagram there. We have artificial intelligence mimicking human behavior. A proper subset of that is machine learning, where you're using statistics, yes, statistics, to enable machines to improve. So it's driven through mathematics, it's driven through mathematical models, and it's driven through statistics. And then a proper subset of that is deep learning, where you have multiple layers of neural networks. And again, you're still using statistical computations and mathematical modeling. Will there be other ways to do AI in that green area there? Absolutely. A lot of the AI we're seeing has a bunch of L's in it: machine learning, deep learning, and so on. So what is this neural network about? You see the left-hand side, there's a penguin. Well, you can take data measurements of that penguin, and then you turn them into a vector. Yeah, vectors and matrices work in AI. Turn them into a vector, and then you feed them through this netted of functions. Now, somebody actually developed the functions. Somebody actually made the connections, put some weights there to kind of figure out, well, if you have these measurements, then it's that penguin right there on the right-hand side. But note there's a probability value of 0.7, which means that 70% probability that it's that penguin means that 30% of the time you might push it through and get the wrong penguin. And so a lot of the deep learning, the ChatGPT, all the rest of that, we get wrong answers, not because they're just wrong answers, because of how the model's built. It's built on probability. It's not 100%. You may get the right answer 70% of the time, or maybe a different probability value, but it's never going to give you a determined value of this or that. And so this is from a course that I took with Microsoft Learn, which was actually a fun course. So in AI, it's not, hey, let's have the data and then just push it through. Somebody figured out the functions. Somebody figured out how to network them together. So back in the day in math, you're always given a function like y equals mx plus b. You're told what happens with variables and numbers. But in AI, you're actually trying to figure out, well, if I have these numbers, what's the function so that I can make a prediction that, in this case, that is the penguin. And so there's a lot of math that happens in AI in a natural way. And really it is math that powers AI. And AI, honestly, has been around for a while, since like 1956, before I was born, if you can believe that. And so we've seen AI as a concept. We've used it on Google search engines. We've used it on Home Depot to figure out where do we put our kitchen sink if we're trying to redesign our kitchen. But what happened in 2022 is when ChatGPT came on the scene and people could put it in their phones, their computers, they could generate text, generate images, and do all these things. And so people said, whoa, if AI can do all these things, what am I doing? Well, trust me. Well, you don't have to trust me, but trust me on this one. Yeah, AI won't, I don't think it will replace human behavior. Humans, well, be a smart human, right? And so there are different types of AI. Predictive AI, maybe you want to make predictions. Maybe you want to have a conversation, so this conversational AI. Maybe you want to generate some content, some text, images, code, movies. Agentic AI, having them actually perform tasks for you. And then voice AI agents that maybe they can answer your phone and have a conversation with somebody. But the most important, honestly, I think, is responsible AI, to make sure that AI use is ethical, that we keep saying, is this the right or the wrong way to do this? It's transparent. We can see behind the scenes. It's secure. Our data is just not going everywhere and anywhere. And also it's aligned with our values. At the end of the day, AI should not replace core elements of our teaching, learning, and research and who we are. So remember, the human processor is the brain. That's the original processor. And I think that's the best processor. But you know, when you put stuff in a ChatGPT, let's say in your phone or in the computer or what have you, where does that information go? Well, where it goes is a data center. They call it the cloud, but it's not really like a cloud in the sky. It's actually a room full of racks. So you see him on the right there with a whole bunch of racks, and he's taking one out. There's a whole bunch of network wires. You want to keep it cool. That's why he's wearing a sweatshirt, because those racks can get pretty hot. And so this data center is an actual physical facility that stores server, storage, network, and equipment that runs your data. It stores data and it could actually do the processing. So every AI image, song, or video generated is done somewhere, and that place is a data center. And so they'll use power, right? Electricity to power them, but then also you think about cooling, and there are other concerns. So here's an example of a data center that Microsoft has. It's like you can almost think of it like a twin. One's in Wisconsin and one's in Atlanta, Georgia. And so it's a super factory. But one, I think, noble way that Microsoft is trying to be good stewards of the environment is this is a closed loop facility, meaning that it consumes almost zero additional water versus what it's set up with. And it's also, they designed the computing to reduce idle energy waste. So they're building data centers, keep the pressure on folks, right? That really speaks to being good stewards and respecting the environment. We need more technology to make sure that we do it in a great way. But I really like how Microsoft is really going in the right direction. So what are some things that are happening with AI in discovery and in discovering science? Well, recently, this was November 2025, there was a launching of a Genesis mission. Sounds like a movie, but you can think about it as a national initiative to take all this data, put it in some supercomputers, and maybe we can drive innovations in new ways. Maybe we can double the productivity within a shorter amount of time. Maybe we can make connections between different ideas, different concepts that could really accelerate research. So this is how folks are thinking about using AI to drive research, to drive discovery, and to figure out the next big discovery, we'll say. We also see, like in AI jobs, right? You know, like I said, I've always had a job, at least one job, maybe multiple. But we're seeing that it's reshaping work. It's changing what we're doing. It's changing how we're doing. And really, at the end of the day, it's good to be flexible, to adapt, to reskill. Nobody knows everything about everything. So it's always a good idea to keep reskilling. And at the end of the day, critical thinking, being able to think, will be paramount and most important. So what are some skills that matter? For AI, you got to know what it can and cannot do. It can't solve everything, but it can be helpful in some situations. Data, a lot of AI is powered by data, and we're inundated with a lot of data. So being able to read, question, and explain it is a very, I think, useful skill. Creativity, being able to imagine, build stuff, out of the box thinking. Communication, speaking, writing, listening, and working with others. Communication is a perishable skill. So you got to practice talking with people, talking with maybe the people that make you feel a little bit nervous, but you work through that and you learn different tactics in doing that. And then also ethical judgment, always asking, is this the right thing to do? Is this the wrong thing to do? Is this the responsible thing to do? So what are some ways you could upskill? There are many credentials online. I know I have them on my personal webpage. If you go to talitha.washington.com under Student Corner, here's just a few. So Microsoft has like an Azure AI Fundamentals. Google also has AI Essentials. Amazon, Certified AI Practitioner, Anthropic, and Cisco. They all have some beginner courses in AI. And so as you are sitting on the beach this summer, perhaps maybe you want to dive into one of these just to challenge your learning. And guess what? A lot of this is free if you're a student. And you can post it on your LinkedIn, your resume, that sort of thing. And if you wanted to come to your phone, you can just text READY to 20202, The Department of Labor has an AI literacy framework and a training program that will actually come to your phone through text messages. And so I've heard a couple people who said they have done this and they have enjoyed it. So if you just want to do it by your phone, you can just do it by your phone. So there's a lot of different career pathways out there. It can be in academia, private sector, government, nonprofit. And at the end of the day, I like to eat. I like shoes too. So when you think about, gosh, sometimes these studies are kind of hard. There is a salary at the end of the tunnel after some hard work and some diligence. And so if you notice here, here's some in-demand jobs. So data science, machine learning engineer, machine learning scientist, applications architect, enterprise architect, building IT systems. These are like some top paid jobs. So not a bad gig to go into. And so I just want to leave with some final tips here. There are three things that I always tell my students in thinking about getting jobs. Make sure your resume is updated, optimize it. You can ask different grownups, you go online and find examples, but take some time to develop and draft a resume. Even if you don't feel like you have much to put on it, it's a living, breathing document. Also, a lot of industry and job connections happen on LinkedIn. So a lot of folks, when they come to college, we expect them to have a LinkedIn profile. It's not 100% mandatory, but there's an expectation there to have a LinkedIn profile because that's where business connections are made. Also, maximizing a GitHub profile. GitHub, you can think of that as like a personal profile to showcase your data projects, your AI projects, your code, that sort of thing. And so those three components, resume, LinkedIn, GitHub, really that's, I think, the triad for entering the market at the moment. But at the end of the day, I just want to leave you with three things. Have fun with what you're doing, right? Whether it's flying an airplane, whether it's going to a math festival, and those are my three kids at the upper right. Just have fun with what you're doing. And then also no judging. And this comes from Jessica. I'm a certified dance instructor, dance to fit instructor. So no judging of yourself or others. Just do the best you can. Show up every day and give it your best. And then number three, never give up. We all face adversity, and it's those who can work through it and learn from it, grow from it, who will do well. I just want to leave you with the AI sandwich, a tasty meal. So note that with the sandwich, it's you with your input ideas. AI may do some churning, but you always have to be the one in the driver's seat as the pilot, as the one who are using it to fact check, critique, analyze, and think. Because at the end of the day, it's going to be critical thinking. It's going to be your brain, the processor. So hope to connect with you all soon. I'll be around on LinkedIn. You can follow our center on LinkedIn. We're also on the gram, and look forward to staying connected.
This spring, we're launching Service to Nation, a national virtual job and career fair, a nationwide movement to connect America's high school students with careers of purpose, innovation, and service. From rural towns to urban schools, Service to Nation invites grades 10 through 12 to explore emerging fields like artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and quantum computing while meeting real employers, colleges, and national service organizations. Our message is clear: your future, your service, your nation. This campaign isn't just about jobs. It's about civic readiness, workforce development, and national impact. With videos, social content, and live experiences, we'll reach students where they are and give partners a platform to meet mission-driven young talent. Together, we'll inspire a generation to learn, serve, and lead. Service to Nation, a national virtual job and career fair. Learn more at servicetonation.org.
Welcome to WOC. We are here today and so excited in Baltimore City, and I am here with Pamela Olivier. who is the president and CEO of BG&E, and we are so excited to have you here.
Marsha, I am excited to be here with you specifically.
Thank you so much. We've heard so much of the rumblings in the city that this is happening, that you're now the new president. How does that make you feel? What did you think when they made that decision for you?
Well, you know, BGE is 209 years old. We are the oldest gas utility in the country. And I'm the first woman and woman of color to sit in this position. So it is humbling. I'll start there. But also is just a reminder that we have a long ways still to go as it relates to opening up opportunities for all.
And that's a big word, for all.
For all.
How do we go through a community to help rebuild some of these communities that have not had the opportunity to go in places that they need to experience?
Well, I would start with one of the things that is just a core value for us is really economic development. And we believe that that starts with education. We believe that starts with workforce development. So we have many programs in place that really strive to introduce young people to STEM and technical careers. We have a STEM into Action program, and we have touched over 1,000 young people, just educating them on STEM, technology, what careers are available to them in that space. We do high school internships. We do college internships. In terms of opening doors, over 400 scholarships to students, 350 plus grants. We have put, by the end of the year, 28 STEM centers in schools across Baltimore and the BGE territory.
Are you kidding me?
Absolutely. And it's really all about access and opportunity.
It really is.
Because we know there's brilliance abound, but if you don't have the access and opportunity and exposure, you might not even be able to dream as big as you should be dreaming. And we want these youth around Baltimore City and across our service territory, we want them to think and dream so big the dream can't even fit into a box.
And you know, it's really huge because most of these children don't know, let alone their parents, they don't know what they don't know.
That's right.
So if you don't know what you don't know, then how is it going to be possible for you to affect change in your community?
That's right.
And that's where the strength of the education and being able to deploy that into our communities. We have communities that are suffering because they don't even know what they don't know to go get what they need to get.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. There is so much opportunity across the city. I think the possibilities are endless.
Yes.
We have people like you each day telling our story. And it's not the story of The Wire.
At all.
It is the story of excellence across this region.
Yes.
And bringing that story to life. So just love and appreciate what you're doing each day.
Oh, thank you.
To really tell that story.
And that's really huge. And when you look at the history of BG&E, and now you're the first female woman of color at BG&E as CEO, Chief Information Officer, Chief Executive Officer.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
This
ma'am.
is huge. And so when you got the note, I just want to know the little personal side. The little personal side. So when somebody said, okay, we want her to be the CEO, and they called you up, what'd you do?
Well, first, you always have to say, for real now? Say what now? But just really excited and appreciative that all the hard work, the struggle, the fight, the time, and the muscle that you have to build to get ready to even be considered for an opportunity like this. So really, like I said at the beginning, just humbled.
Yes.
Just humbled and really excited about I have to keep the lights on and the gas flowing, and I have to do that safely every day. But the broader part of my role is, what am I doing in the communities where we live and work?
Yes.
What am I doing to support those communities, to remove barriers in those communities? What does that look like? And to me, that's the biggest part of the role, the most critical part.
It really is. And, I walk a lot. I don't drive anymore. And I end up walking all over from down Pennsylvania Avenue on the west side. I go all the way down to the new Coppin location down there.
Marsha, how many steps are you getting in each day?
I don't know. I need to probably count them, but I haven't been doing that. Then I go all the way down. I end up walking all the way down to Fells Point and doing something else. But it's what you see that you can talk about and what needs to be done.
Right.
And it's really important that you're that new change that we're going to be able to see coming out of that office, because it takes the village and everybody in it.
Everybody.
Right?
Everybody.
Now, you've been this wonderful leader, so we have a high expectation. I know you.
Oh,
we know.
Marsha.
We know, because I already see you. I see you. I see you. I see you. What do you want your customers to think now that you have a new position?
Everything that we do is really centered around how do we support our customers. And right now, for everybody, affordability is top of mind.
Yes.
People are going to the grocery stores. Eggs are more expensive. They have to pay more for childcare, for their apartment, for their home, for their car note. They may be supporting a parent or a loved one. Healthcare. And so we don't want energy to be that burden for our customers.
That's huge.
Yeah, it is really huge. In July, we rolled out a customer relief fund, which was $15 million for our most vulnerable customers. And we partnered with Franklin Baker and the United Way to distribute those funds to over 30,000 customers.
Really?
And they got anywhere from $250 to $450. We had a few people sprinkled in there that got $750, really to provide that energy assistance.
And it's needed.
And it is absolutely needed.
Yes.
I would say the first few hours, we actually broke the network because so many calls were coming into United Way to gain access to those funds. So it is absolutely needed. It's a short-term fix, though.
Yes.
One of the things, did you know that Baltimore Gas and Electric doesn't produce gas or power?
No, I thought that's what BG&E meant.
No. All we do, we're like DoorDash. So the state, and we buy it from another city, state, and then we just bring it to your door. So we're DoorDash. We just put the gas and power in, and we just bring it to your door. So we're distributors, but we do not generate gas and power.
Okay.
And right now, the state has an energy security issue. So the state only produces 60% of the power that we consume. There's a deficit, that other 40%. So we're bringing that in from Pennsylvania, West Virginia, New Jersey. It is very expensive to bring that power into the state. And suppliers who are actually generating the power and gas that we don't generate, they're making us pay a premium. And we're paying the premium because there's scarcity of this resource. And you know how that works. Scarcity in the supply, but high demand, price skyrocket. So that's what we're dealing with right now. So what we have been doing is really trying to partner with the state to really take a look at the energy policy, but also take a look at how do we get to a point where the state is owning their energy destiny and we're producing all that energy in state and not bringing it in from other states.
Is that coming out of the governor's office?
We're partnering with the governor. We're partnering with General Assembly members. We're partnering with our council members locally. But we have got to get this resolved by 2027. PJM, which is the transmission organization that really looks at how power is moving through states. And essentially, they have said by summer of 2027, Baltimore City and surrounding areas, we will experience blackouts and brownouts.
Okay. So
This is
that's
real.
what we're working on now in order to get it in alignment with what needs to happen to be deployed.
That's right. But new generation takes 5 to 7 years to build. So it's pretty scary.
Yes.
And we want our customers not to have to be paying for this expensive gas and power that we're bringing into the state, and the price just keeps going up.
Right.
And they bear the brunt of that. And we're trying to figure out how do we solve for that in partnership with the state as well as competitive market.
Well, I'm telling you, this is, I know you are on a short time frame, but let me tell you, this is just the beginning. And hearing what you're going through, setting in place, is huge
Thank you.
for this state. And just know that these are the kinds of words that we need to be able to share throughout our communities. So thank you so much for spending time with us, because I know you on the clock, but hopefully we'll be able to chat with you again.
Absolutely. And Marcia, again, thank you for having me.
Oh, girl, yes.
Thank you for telling me, I have only known you for a little while, and right away you pulled me in like I was family and said, how can I help you?
Right.
I'm here. And that's what Baltimore is all about. So I am just so blessed and privileged to be amongst people who are passionate about this city, passionate about what the possibilities are, and willing to partner. So thank you so much for everything you do.
And thank you for being in that position, sitting in that seat, and being sensitive to the needs of the citizens of the state of Maryland.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This spring, we're launching Service to Nation, a national virtual job and career fair, a nationwide movement to connect America's high school students with careers of purpose, innovation, and service. From rural towns to urban schools, Service to Nation invites grades 10 through 12 to explore emerging fields like artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and quantum computing while meeting real employers, colleges, and national service organizations. Our message is clear: your future, your service, your nation. This campaign isn't just about jobs. It's about civic readiness, workforce development, and national impact. With videos, social content, and live experiences, we'll reach students where they are and give partners a platform to meet mission-driven young talent. Together, we'll inspire a generation to learn, serve, and lead. Service to Nation, a national virtual job and career fair. Learn more at servicetonation.org.
Welcome. I'm so glad to meet you. How are you today?
I'm well. How are you
Good.
doing?
And Dr. Pena.
Yes.
So how did you know about the Black Engineer of the Year Awards conference? Did you get an award?
Yes, I did receive an award. I received the GEM Outstanding Young Alumnus Award.
Oh, wonderful.
And I actually received an award like 12 years ago when I was an undergrad as well, in undergraduate research.
Oh, so you're family now, right?
Yes.
So tell us about your position.
So I started an early stage biotech company after my PhD years ago called Vibes. We're building bio-based stretch materials to replace spandex and nylon.
So how did you come up with this concept? What were you doing that you saw something? Sounds huge, right? What were you doing to get to this place where you would create something like this?
It starts with the customer. It starts with understanding the problem. So in our last years of PhDs, my co-founder and I took the National Science Foundation I-Corps programming. It's a program for startups, like students and researchers, to actually explore needs in the industry that they want to innovate in. And so we just talked to people, and we learned about the challenges and needs and opportunities in the textile industry, and we landed on filling the gap of these bio-based stretch materials.
I love that. And now I've heard the I-Corps program before. They had it over at Columbia University.
Yes.
A gentleman over there was working in that department. So that's really interesting.
Yes, they
Small
have
world.
nodes all over the U.S. Regional, local, and national programs to really hone in on a value proposition so that we can really understand the gaps in the market.
So how do you take this out into the corporate world?
Yes. So the key thing is thinking about consortia effort, so stakeholders across the supply chain. And so pairing with textile brands and understanding their process for taking in new materials. And so it really starts with partnerships and collaborations with our end users, which are those textile brands.
So in looking at that, so I want to back up a little bit. What did you want to be when you were a little girl?
When I was little, I wanted to be a chef and a fashion designer.
Okay, and so we did a fast movement into something else. How did you take those levels like that?
I've always been curious about the world around us, how things work, and have like an engineering mind. So kind of naturally was drawn to biomedical engineering. And so my North Star is improving quality of life. And so wanting to create technologies and support technologies that help us live better.
And so in this process, in looking, are you doing things from a national standpoint or a global standpoint?
Yeah, so definitely a global standpoint. So the textile industry has global supply chains. And so I was in Shanghai giving a talk on these opportunities of protein-based materials in December, and now starting to think about partnerships with textile mills there. And we are embedded in a national lab at Argonne. So we have collaborators at the national lab to be able to de-risk our technology and advance the materials. And we have partners at institutions as well throughout the U.S. as we're building our own partnerships and collaborations to really ensure that this goes to market.
So when you look at the products that you're making, right, what are the top 3 things that you've had to do in order to create this business?
I think any challenge for a startup and early stage business is scaling. The textile industry has a tremendous scale. And so really thinking about how can we leverage partners that have the capacity to be able to scale. And so we're grateful that we've been partnering with University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. They have an integrated research bioprocessing research lab that enables us to scale our bioprocess to the scale needed to demonstrate that we can go to market.
It can be done.
Yes.
Right. And so is it really difficult to be able to get to market? How do you open up some of those doors?
It is challenging, but again, it goes back to people and relationships and talking to the customers and understanding their needs, because those needs evolve and change. And so having them as a part of our joint collaborations of research proposals so that their input is there while we're developing.
But that's huge development. And so you've been doing things with national laboratories and partnering. How do you integrate your business into all of these programs that are available?
We have to understand the stakeholders' interests and desires too, and find ways to meet and synergize. And so for the national labs, they care about like clean energy and efficiencies, and like they have a lot of renewable feedstocks that we were able to use for our bioprocess. And so it's really about learning, how our partners work best and what their capabilities are, and being able to combine and match that.
How do you identify your partners?
It's definitely through conversations. It is through like understanding what everyone does best. And that again goes back to talking to people.
And too often we don't even know what we don't know.
Yes.
Right?
Exposure is important. So just being in places, showing up. I really enjoy zooming in and zooming out. And so I like to go to conferences, to courses, to learn, to see who's in my cohort. I really have leveraged cohort-based programs throughout my career so that we can learn from each other. People talk about, wanting to have mentors and folks that are way ahead of them in their journey, but we can really leverage some of those lateral relationships as well.
And that's huge. It just in and of itself. So you've been also doing some work with our local Hopkins, right?
Yes. So my PhD is from Johns Hopkins.
I love it.
And so I was living in Baltimore for 6 years, pursuing biomedical engineering PhD. So a lot of my work was in human cell tissue products. And so developing biomaterials to harness our immune system for repair.
Wow.
And so I'm using that very same fundamentals to now make bio-based materials for textile industry.
So are you going back and forth with Hopkins at all? Is there a long-term partnership with them?
So obviously as my alma mater, I want to support and mentor students, and so I'm actively involved in sharing perspective and experience on panels, and I will be supporting their upcoming I-Corps program as a mentor. So yes, it's going to be a lifelong partnership with Hopkins, so I can continue to
because
support.
they're just down the street.
Yes.
That's wonderful. Now, there was also a I-Corps program. Is it in different institutions as well? Can you explain I-Corps?
Yes, so it's a National Science Foundation funded customer discovery program. There are different nodes throughout the U.S. And so all the nodes will be able to give these programs for customer discovery, basically teaching researchers how to test out their ideas, their hypotheses with people, because customers are people. Businesses are made up of people.
Yes.
Our problems are rooted in humanness and our humanity, and so it's just about talking and interviewing.
The first time I ever heard of I-Corps was at Columbia University at the Institute for Learning Technology, and the first day I was like, "What is that?"
It's incredible. It really shifts scientists. Sometimes in my medical research, we want to go from bench to bedside, but customer discovery really flips that paradigm to think about what's at the bedside, what is it the patient needs, what are the global needs in these businesses and industries, and start there, and then be open to any solution. And so for our firm at Good Vibes, we are focused on those problems and open to getting there in any way. And that's where creativity comes in and innovation.
But that's huge that you're partnering there.
Yes.
I mean, so what happened for that relationship to develop? Too often we don't know what we don't know, and then all of a sudden you're over at I-Corps. Come on, it's
just about sharing. It's sharing what you're interested in, what you're working on. People know you, know the fundamentals of your business, your mission, and again, it all points back to those relationships and relational equity.
They really do. Give us 3 things that you would tell your younger self.
I would tell my younger self that I'm proud of her, to keep leading with curiosity and grace. I think sometimes I've had to instill a warrior mentality because I'm in spaces that may not promote me, and open to continuing on and finding and seeking.
And once you find what you've sought, then now how does it turn into a product or another program?
Can you repeat your question?
So if we were looking at what you're doing, and as you move through that process, how do you see yourself or your organization to keep in touch with everything, because everything moves so swiftly?
Yes.
So you're going down one path and all of a sudden, there's a whole new product that needs to come, that came out of something that you thought was going to do something over here. How do you bring all that into alignment?
I think those key focus areas, again, for us, we are wanting to promote circularity and thinking about raw material, and so keeping that end in mind in that.
Yeah. And so where do you see yourself in the next 5?
In the next 5 years, I'm expanding my ventures and businesses, and so offering advisory support, workshops, continuing with innovation as well. So just building, and I think it's important to think about like future-proofing our concepts. I want my things to be able to run on their own, and so being able to delegate, create more opportunity, and innovate.
Thank you so much. This is wonderful. Congratulations with all that you're doing. All right. And we hope to see you again next year.
Yes, of course.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
This spring, we're launching Service to Nation, a national virtual job and career fair, a nationwide movement to connect America's high school students with careers of purpose, innovation, and service. From rural towns to urban schools, Service to Nation invites grades 10 through 12 to explore emerging fields like artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and quantum computing, while meeting real employers, colleges, and national service organizations. Our message is clear: your future, your service, your nation. This campaign isn't just about jobs. It's about civic readiness, workforce development, and national impact. With videos, social content, and live experiences, we'll reach students where they are and give partners a platform to meet mission-driven young talent. Together, we'll inspire a generation to learn, serve, and lead. Service to Nation, a national virtual job and career fair. Learn more at servicetonation.org.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Welcome back. We are at the midday point now. And listen, this next conversation brings everything we talked about today home. But here's the truth. Every single conversation we had today, retail, apprenticeship, energy, education, they all depend on one thing being protected, and that's our national security, our infrastructure, our networks, our way of life. That brings us to government and defense. Now, look, when I say government and defense, I know what some of you young folks are thinking. You're picturing fluorescent lights, a beige cubicle, a stack of paperwork. Hey, throw that picture in the trash. The reality is the exact opposite. Today, the US government and the Department of War are running some of the most advanced AI programs on planet Earth. Autonomous systems, quantum encryption, cyber operations, intelligence at machine speed. And they're doing it in direct competition with nation states investing billions to leapfrog us. This is the front line of the technology race, and it is hiring. Veterans, you already speak this language. You already have the clearance pathway, the operational mindset, the mission focus. Your transition into the defense innovation world is one of the most powerful next chapters you can write. Students, if you ever wanted a career that actually matters, where the work you do affects the safety and freedom of 330 million Americans, this is your invitation. And here to walk us through is a man who spent his entire career building the bridge between innovation and national security. Tyrone Smith is the CEO of Go In Now, LLC, and an innovation ecosystem strategist with over 25 years across government, academia, and the private sector. He personally negotiated a $1.5 billion contract for the National Security Innovation Network. He has integrated HBCUs into America's national innovation ecosystem. He has delivered keynotes for NASA, and he is a master of building the kind of partnerships that protect this country and our national security. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Tyrone Smith.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Victor, Dr. McCreary, excuse me, for you all that are online right now. You should say thank you a lot, because you've had Dr. Victor McCreary, and I don't know if he told you, but he used to be that guy for what's called the National Science Board. You've had Dr. Washington, who's also a friend of mine, talking about basically everything that I wanted to talk about today. Only I have just a bit of a perspective on this. And Dr. Pena, who I also know, and all of the others that have come on to talk to you today about these ideas. And so I wanted to make sure that whatever I brought to you today was useful. I spent the last almost 2 decades being engaged and a part of this national security space. And we're going to talk about the difference between national security and what we know as national defense, because I think it's an important idea. And so, Ray, if you could help me out, and let's start with the presentation. Are we there? Awesome. So, what I want to be able to do today is to really talk about how do you build a career in national security. Again, my name is Tyrone with an M, and that is purposeful, but you can just call me Ty if you ever want to reach out to me. And Go In Now literally stands for Go Government Innovation Now. So Go In Now. And this is the idea that when I was working inside the fence, as it were, in a national security space, really thinking about what it means to do national security and working with people that were trying to build innovation, how to help them think like an entrepreneur that you would find in Silicon Valley or Austin, Texas, or in Boston or Chicago, or right here in the DMV, the Delaware, the District, Maryland, and Virginia area, how they get stuff to the market, and really being thoughtful about what that looks like. And so what I'd like to do is just to go down a little bit. So a little bit about me. Again, I've had 20 years experience. And so I've been inside that intelligence community. I started at what's called the National Security Agency. I've worked at 2 others, and one in between there. And then I finally ended up at something called the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. It's a 3-letter agency, but it has 4 words. It kind of gets confusing at times. But what that means is that geospatial intelligence means that everything that happens that you experience happens somewhere, someplace, at some point in the world at some time. And those folks, their job is to figure out what that means. I've had experience not only in the government space, but in the national security space, but adjacent to that is the defense space as well as private sector. It reads that I'm a cyber and technology expert. It's funny because I don't consider myself a technologist. As a matter of fact, I have 2 sons that are STEM types. One's a mechanical engineer at North Carolina A&T State University, hopefully graduating soon. Another one is at the College of Charleston, also studying computer science, and he's doing some very interesting stuff. But I am helping people think about policy. I help them think about what it is that they're really trying to do. I've worked with agencies that the 2 that I've talked about, and some others that I really can't talk about, or you've never even heard of. But getting back to where I was, for those of you that are the high school students or the veterans, you're the next generation. What's happening is that those folks that we would traditionally think about being in charge are now leaving service. And so I'm here to help you think about the things that somebody would have told me when I was your age. It would have been so much easier. So let's talk about when we think about national security. There's a difference between what we think about national security and national defense. Most of you think about national security, you think about what we call kinetic engagements. That's warfare. That's the stuff that we're experiencing now. That's when military force or armed conflict, that's a part of national security. That's the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, combat, weapon systems, national strategy, war strategy, those things. But where I'm asking you to think about is what we consider national security. It's a much bigger picture. You heard Dr. McCreary say that national security is much larger. It's protecting the United States, and all of you can join in that. There's diplomatic, there's foreign service, there's intelligence that's both at the national level, state and local level, by the way. Cyber defense. Cyber defense is not just something that the U.S. has to look for, but there's also espionage. How do we make sure that nation states can't get corporate secrets? That's a possibility, because those corporate secrets could help to enable our national security space, which means economic security, our homeland. Some of you may have heard about on the radio, on the TV, that there was something going on with the gas pumps, and they said, I wonder if there was a nation state actually tackling, interfering in those spaces and tapping into those gas pumps, right? And so that had nothing to do with whether or not we're engaging in some kind of bang, bang, pew, pew, but really, can we depend on understanding what's happening with the security, the cybersecurity, so we could understand what that means? And then we have our whole counterterrorism. Those of you that are old enough to remember 9/11, some of you veterans may have joined as a result of 9/11. There are some of you right now, for instance, that are high schoolers that 9/11 was literally a decade or more ago. You can be involved in making sure that the next 9/11 doesn't happen. So what does that look like? You go from being a soldier or somebody, and again, that image on the right-hand side has a uniform, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to have just a uniform. And then you have this high school student. What does that mean? So here are the kinds of careers that can be both national defense and national security. Cyber defense, protecting these networks. Intelligence analysis, when the information comes in, how do we manage all of that data? Software engineering, to include AI, building tools to help this community protect the national interest. Counterterrorism, finding, disrupting, preventing these threats. Data and AI systems. Heck, we're moving just beyond. If you're not paying attention to what's happening in AI, and I'm sure that you are, you know that AI is changing dramatically, day by day, absolutely quickly. And then foreign policy, understanding how all of these things impact and influence how we, beyond the boundaries of the United States, engage. understanding what that might look like. But again, you don't have to have a uniform to do this. So keep calm. You don't have to have a uniform. And this is where it becomes really cool. There are right now an estimated 700,000 unfilled cyber jobs across the country. And not all of them, again, are at the federal level. They're state and local. Right here in Maryland, I know that there's an effort to make sure that we are fulfilling, that we're building out this cyber capability to make sure that we are ready here in the state of Maryland to go into the next future, go into the future. Some of it is literally how do we think about artificial intelligence, that so when we do things like advanced manufacturing, that we're incorporating it. And then some of that is to make sure that our infrastructure is squared away. And you can make a ton of money doing it. I know, and my friends that are coming out of the military, when I got my clearance 20 plus years ago, I got literally a 42% raise. 42% raise just by making sure that I was able to get that clearance. And I, ladies and gentlemen, have never served a day in the military at all. The closest I ever got was to be a police officer literally at this point, 40 years ago when I started. So these jobs exist, right? They exist today, but there's just not enough people to make sure that they can get into them. And this is where your opportunity lies. But I must warn you, don't lose focus. What do I mean by that? Here in the state of Maryland, it is legal, absolutely legal to use marijuana. I drive in DC, and those of you that are from DC, you can feel it wafting in the air. It's coming out of cars. But guess what? If you want that clearance, if you want that ability to tap into that $120,000 plus year job, if you want that ability to actually do some service, the mixture of drug use and your clearance is like oil and water. And if you remember your basic science from second grade or third grade, when you pour them together, they separate. They don't mix. Using those illicit drugs, even if your state says yes, could disqualify you permanently. The federal law is the federal law. State law is oil and water with federal law. So if you want a federal job where the money is multiples larger, don't use it. So make sure that you're making good choices. Don't do something that you think is, wow, this is cool, and I'm hanging with my friends, right? And then 5 years later, you go 6 years later, 7, a decade later, you go to apply for one of these jobs, and they say, have you? And you're like, yeah, sorry, can't do nothing. I'm old enough, and there's some of you in the room today, not high schoolers. There was a song by a rap group called EPMD. And the lyric that I'm about to say came from one of their songs. I don't remember the name of the song, but you can look it up. It said, if you hang with 9 broke friends, you bound to be the 10th. So watch how you do that. Do not lose focus. Make sure that you keep those doors that are open today are there tomorrow. So what do we mean by this confluence of artificial intelligence and national security? Well, let's look at just AI. And I'm going to repeat some of the things that my friends, particularly Dr. Washington, laid out for you about artificial intelligence. What does it do and what doesn't it do? AI does change the speed at which you can find things, the speed at which things come together. It looks for patterns. It is what humans do naturally. When you started as a baby taking the blocks, and my kids, and when I was a kid, we had these toys that were a star and a circle and had this ball, and we would learn how to put them in. Well, artificial intelligence does that at the speed of light. It can look for those patterns. It can start to think about, identify potential cyber attacks. It can do that. It can process tremendous amounts of data. You may have heard what we talk about, and one of our friends earlier, my colleagues earlier, talked about data centers. Data centers are literally these pieces that help put these puzzles together. It changes what you do, but it doesn't keep you from being absolutely important. But what can it replace? It can't replace asking the right questions. I have a podcast with some buddies of mine, and it's called WPAYS. What problem are you solving? Because if you can figure out what problem you're solving, you can figure out what gets paid. It can't do ethical judgment. It is not good for that. All you have to do is just go to Google, go to Mr. Google and say artificial intelligence and ethics, and it will start to figure it out. I was watching a Instagram post the other day that talked about it was a test where they brought together all of these artificial intelligence agents, Grok and OpenAI and Anthropic, and it said, here are the parameters, the left and right. Everything else is open to you. You can't do certain things. And guess what? It did exactly what it asked it not to do. What the human said, don't do this. Those agents went and did things that were not ethical because the ethics were about the values that were given. What AI can't do is replace values. It can't replace human relationships. It does not understand that. It is not creative. It solves problems, but creativity is heretofore what humans do. It is what we do. It's what we're good at. And it's not good at leading and inspiring people and teams. It can give you information. It can give you all kinds of analysis, but it doesn't mean that you get it won't give you what you're looking for. There's a colleague of mine that says the only thing that matters is what people buy. Everything else is a hobby. And AI can become a hobby because if you can't help people understand what it delivers, what it helps, helping them do their jobs better, they won't buy it. There's this idea of human in the loop. I don't necessarily have a problem with that. But what I do want to say is, and I believe is, how do we center the human and bring the AI into the loop? So we ask of it, we task it what we're asking it for it to do. My good friend, Dr. Washington, I don't know if she'll agree with me on that or not, but I'm a design thinker. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a mathematician. I always put humans at the center of the activity. And so what AI does is to help really, really good thinkers think better. It gives them more information. It gives them more data. It gives them more information to make good decisions. And that's where you come in, my friends. But here's how you do that. I heard I was admonished the other day about the difference between soft skills and those of us who are adults and have been taught this stuff. And when I say adults, I mean old people have been taught we need to have good soft skills. Somebody said, nah, it's not soft skills. It's power skills. We need power skills. And all of you are what you're bringing. We had earlier in this session, we had somebody talk about critical thinking and being able to do some of these other pieces. And that's where this comes in, these power skills. And so what do I mean by power skills? I mean, here are 6 of them, and then I'm sure there's more, but here are 6 of them. Critical thinking. How do we understand critical thinking? AI answers questions, but you ask the right ones. If you can't critically offer up an idea, as a matter of fact, it's interesting. Jetson, I'm sorry, the CEO, I'm going to screw his name up, but the CEO of NVIDIA says that he believes, and I actually agree, we need less computer scientists and more humanists. Not a right word, but humanists. That's the word I'm looking for. People who can create good stories, people who can develop good ideas, people who can interrogate with their mind. Like, what do I really want to know? Critical thinking. You need to have the ability to communicate, translate really complex things simply. That's the hallmark of a good thinker. I can have a really, really good idea, but if I can't communicate it, it's meaningless. The ability to manage interpersonal relationships, working across people, working across cultures, working across organizations, working across ranks and companies and organizations. The ability to manage relationships is absolutely critical when it comes to understanding real intelligence and how it works together. Being able to frame a problem. Framing is just as important in getting as it is having the information. If you can't frame things in ways that people understand, they will only react on and interact on what they know. One of the things that I do know is that humans think in analogies, for instance. If I can frame an idea so that people understand what I'm trying to get at, frame it so it becomes less ambiguous, now I can understand what I really need to be thinking about. adapting. Your ability to adapt to new information is absolutely critical. Just because you have a tool doesn't mean that tool is the right one. There's this saying that says people don't want a drill, they want the hole that the drill makes. People don't want the drill, they want the hole that the drill makes. So I can adapt based on what I have available to answer the problem. I can use a drill, I can use a nail with a hammer, I can use a screwdriver. If my finger's strong enough, I can do that. So I need to have the ability to take the tools, because AI is changing as quickly and as furiously as I'm talking to you now. It's building new things. How do I take that, all those tools, and adapt that to the ideas, the problems, the critical paths that I'm trying to create? And finally, do I have the integrity? Do I have the character? Am I a jerk to make all of this stuff work? This is where it gets really, really important, because ultimately your clearance or the trust that you build as a result of this will influence where and how people work with you. And so now what? Yes, Smith, got it. I appreciate you. So now what do? How do I move forward? Dr. Washington laid out some of this stuff. Other folks laid it out. Master math and science. You don't have to be a mathematician. I'm not. But what does math do? Math teaches you how to think. You want to have a good foundation in STEM, but you also want to have a good foundation in critical thinking, in understanding process. Algebra. My wife is an algebra teacher. The process of learning algebra will influence how you do anything in life. Her more creative students that are more about arts utilize algebra to understand how to think about their ideas. Take advantage of these online open source certifications. Get as many certs as you can. I was telling you that I have my youngest son is studying computer science. He now has 13 or 14 online certifications from Microsoft and Coursera and all these others. He did some of them as a senior in high school. He did some of them as a freshman in college. You don't have to wait. Get started. Look for some unpaid internships early. Get out there. Put yourself out there. Some things that you do will not scale. In other words, they won't get you paid now, but they might get you paid later. So you want to take advantage of that because it shows initiative. It shows your ability to work with people. It's just not about the technology. It's how do I engage with folks? And finally, one of the things you could do is just informal interviews. Just talk to people, engage with them, understand their world, get out there and build your idea. One thing that's not on here, and I would encourage all of you to do this because I'm going to offer it up later on, is I want you to build your LinkedIn profile. Start building it now, because LinkedIn is the professional world's, for right now, and for most of you, is the professional world's Instagram. That's how they're going to find you, and not how they're going to find you, but how you find other people, other opportunities, because there's a bunch of them. But it's like a book. You don't know what's inside and available until you open it. So here are some free resources: Google, Anthropic, CyberAces, Google Project Management, which is a good one, learning how to manage low cost like CompTIA. And then there's other things that are out there. If you really, really want to get in the national security space, I know of at least 3 people who had internships at NSA before they even graduated from high school. But that meant that they had to stay clean. Oh, and they help you pay for school as well. So these are some free resources. And so this is where you help you get your security clearance. Again, I want to tell you that my security clearance was worth 42% raise. I went from $62K to over $100,000 literally overnight because I was able to keep my record clean. I had no felonies, no illicit drug use, nothing even down to the state. Then they will go deep. Depending on the level of your security clearance, they'll go back at least 10 years. At least 10 years. And we'll talk to a bunch of folks around you. Build your financial responsibility. In other words, make sure that you understand money. And not just where does my money go, but how do you spend money? How do you keep from getting in debt? Your credit rating is a part of this. They will look at it. And be integral in everything that you say. If you're honest, be honest. If you had used something in the past, say it, because guess what? If they have to go and find it, right, it will crush your ability to get out there. So make sure you do that. And finally, come on, here we go. There we go. I want to tell you that, I'm sorry, it's lagging. Finally, the nation needs you. The 5 things I want you to carry with today: national security is bigger than just warfare. It's bigger than just blowing things up. It encompasses, how do we protect the nation state? How do we protect your neighbors? How do we protect, for instance, cybercrime? I was just hearing something about cybercrime now. They're using Zoom to tap in and do cybercrime, interestingly enough. You don't need a uniform to do this. Things that you do today will shape your tomorrow. Not just power skills and technical skills, I wanted to say this, not just technical skills, but you need power skills. Those things that will make or break your career. And when you have free resources, use them. This is really important. It starts today, and you don't need anybody's permission to be able to do it. So if you want to reach out to me, follow me on LinkedIn. My name is spelt with an M, Tyrome. You'll know you have the right person because that's my mug. It sits right on my LinkedIn page. I hope that I have given you some inspiration about what's possible. I'm not a technician who's going to tell you take these courses. I'm not the person that's sitting in front of the computer screen, but what I do is work with leaders. I do work with organizations that are looking for bright young people like yourselves, either high schoolers or folks who are leaving the services, to go out and do these things, to do things that will protect the nation. I thank you and have a wonderful rest of your day.
The future isn't waiting. It's calling on students ready to step up. It's calling on you to serve communities, to explore careers, to build what comes next. Service to Nation, a national virtual job and AI training connects students to real pathways, real skills, and real purpose. College bound or not, your future belongs here. Discover what's possible. Visit serviceonation.org.
Hi, my name is Marcia Jews. Welcome to STEM City US coverage of the conference. Through all 3 days, we will be bringing you incredible interviews with inspiring STEM pioneers leading the way in industry, government, academia, and around the world. And now, please welcome our next guest.
Hi, I'm Angela Williams, and I work for UL Solutions as their Chief Information Security Officer. Something you may not know about me is that I've been a member of a sorority for over 33 years, and one of our traditions is collecting elephants. I have over 150 elephants in my collection. One of my favorite elephants is one that is made out of complete crystal. However, I have elephants made out of alabaster, shells, and pennies.
Let's talk about the elephant.
Okay, the elephant in the room.
How did the elephant come about?
Well, I belong to Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. Been, like I said, been in the organization for a very long time. It's a tradition to collect elephants, and they're pretty. I mean, big ones, small ones. The trunk is always up, and it's very adventurous to try to find an elephant that's unique.
Okay,
Right.
I love that. So tell us how you got to be a CIS.
Yeah, so yeah, Chief Information Security Officer.
Yes.
That has been definitely a journey. I started my career in IT right out of college. Desktop support was what the big thing was back then, and security was not.
Okay.
So I went to school and got a degree in computer information systems. And over the years, as I started learning technology, how it works, how it interacts with one another, security came about when I worked for a CIO. And HIPAA was a big regulatory requirement that was coming around the corner. And he needed someone to develop a data protection program for the most
Okay.
part. And I did not want to do it at first. I told him absolutely not, because it didn't sound exciting. It wasn't a practice that was well talked about a lot at that time. But I dove right into it. It's all about problem solving. And I was very intrigued because within IT, you think about how something should work. So you're doing all the functional testing, but in security, you're looking at how it shouldn't work. And that was very intriguing to me.
That's interesting. But how when you start looking at all of the different levels, because there are different levels that are happening, how do you maintain all of that?
It is a lot to keep up with.
Yes.
I won't exaggerate that. It is a lot to keep up with, from identity and access management, which is one specific domain, to governance, risk, compliance, data privacy. You have to have a building block. They all interact with one another, but learning a foundation of the requirements or controls necessary to protect an organization is critical. And then as you approach each discipline, whether it's incident response, you learn to take those skills, that education around it, and apply it on a day-to-day basis. Technically, we're all security practitioners. I know cyber is a field that has an official title, but if you think about how you operate in your day-to-day life, you are, managing risk when you walk out the door.
Life is a risk.
Yes.
And you have to be able to pull it in.
Yes.
And make certain that it fits in those silos.
Yes. And make decisions based
Yes.
upon information and facts. And then you decide, what do you want to do? What do you not want to do, depending on what the outcome is going to be.
And how do you integrate all of that? Because there's so many different levels with what you're doing.
Yeah, it takes a team, okay? This is not a one-person show to run cyber. It is a collective team effort. So I surround myself with highly talented people who are passionate about the role that they serve in, people who are inquisitive and thought leaders. And we collectively talk about the problem that needs to be solved, how do we feel we best can solve it, what value will it bring to the business, and how does it move the needle forward.
And that's huge.
Yeah.
Because they are silos, and you've got to make that integration.
Yes.
How do you deal with that in a team environment to get everybody on the same track?
Well, first, I think respect that people are people.
Okay.
What they do just happens to be their job, but they first show up as a human being. So we try to have fun. I think if you were to ask my team members, do I try to weave in fun yes, we do. I laugh, we throw out memes, and we just try to make the environment, uplifting. In some of my meetings, we'll spend a little time asking everybody, what is the last thing you bought on Amazon? Just to get to know people, And then as they bring their authentic self to the table, you will be amazed at the creativity that people provide to solving a problem and sewing that all together, being very honest about what they know and what they don't know.
How did you get to SVP, Senior Vice President? How did you get to that level? And moreover, what made you decide that that was the level you wanted to get to?
Great question. I would say my career has started with me focusing on necessarily what I wanted to do. Cyber didn't exist when I was coming through my career. Early stages. No one had a practice of cyber, but I had a great group of mentors, coaches, cheerleaders who would tell me, you can do more. This is what I think you should consider, and keep myself open to opportunities versus being closed-minded to what I only knew or what I was aware of or even comfortable with.
Right.
So being uncomfortable is part of the job, and getting to any level. Security officers can be vice presidents, senior vice presidents, directors. It just depends on organization. It comes along with the territory. It's about how you fit in that role for the culture of that organization.
But sitting there, observing this as you first initially moved into this area.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, there are all these different stacks of evidence that there is a real corporation going on in here, and I'm a part of it. Now, what do I do?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
How do you get yourself on that same keel?
Right.
Because it's a whole new world for you now.
Yeah.
When you start out.
I've gone through a lot of leadership development. I still go through leadership development. I don't think anyone gets to a place in their career that you don't keep learning. You keep learning. And there's soft skills you learn. Of course, there's technical skills you learn. think the further out my career, I had to learn a lot more the soft skills. How do I bring people to the table to want to work with me? How do I influence decisions that may not come directly to me that I have 100% control over?
Right.
How do I explain a complex topic to people who have no idea what cyber is even about? I've learned this over my career, step by step, pace by pace, problem by problem, and I continue to keep these skills in my toolkit and bring them out when I need to, and then share with others who are trying to learn the same thing. It takes time. There's nothing you can just go to school and say, I'm going to be a So it's really about putting yourself in the projects or problems that no one else wants to solve, working on it with other people and collaborating, and then learning how to navigate in corporate America, because those are 3 different types of skills you have to have.
And they're all huge. And how do you weave all of that together so that the whole team, because when you start looking at the team, ultimately they're going to start moving. Somebody's going to start moving upwards, right? And how do you start from that baseline to help them navigate to the next level?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. So one of the things I like to do when new staff members are onboarded is to ask them, what brings you passion? Why do you like security? What is it about cyber that gets you up every day, that makes you want to come into an office if you're physically in person or virtual? And once I understand what gives them that excitement, then I ask the question, what sucks the air out the room for you? What is it you don't like? What is it that just totally depletes you? And when I find that these different personalities, you start putting them together in pieces. You can't have all A-type personalities. That would be a disaster. You have to have a balance. And so it's important to interweave people, different backgrounds, diverse thinking, diverse thoughts. It's just so many different formulas you can use. And I believe I am a people person with the passion to help you be your best version of you. And I will look at others and say, I think you can definitely do this role, or I think you should take on this project, or I think you should consider these opportunities because you have the skills necessary. Don't overthink it. Take advantage of this chance for you to excel, and then try to make sure I present those opportunities.
And you initiate that from your observations?
Yes, I do.
So do you take notes somewhere or just keep it in mind, things that are going on? And how do you make those decisions? And you start looking at your team, and how do you start to get them to escalate to become part of leadership? What should those people do in order to get to that?
Right. So I think it's important for team members to feel empowered to make decisions. It's easy for everyone to say, Angela, you're the decision maker, you're in charge.
Right.
No, I am not trying to run a team in that nature. Every person has been brought to the table to execute in a certain way. So I truly try to give them full authority to make decisions. Keep me informed about what you're trying to accomplish so I can have your back. I can make sure I can support it. We can have a dialogue as to if it's, meaningful, not meaningful, efficient, cost effective. And out of that, then just underscoring, just go and make these decisions and you'll feel more confident the next time. So over time, you'll see people evolve and become extremely capable.
Right.
Of doing their job without any interaction or necessary needing me to be in the room with them.
And here, when you start bringing in young people who haven't had that experience, but there was something about them that HR said, let's bring that person on the team. How do you bring in a new generation of young people to work within your organization?
I love a good pipeline because we all got our start somewhere. I used to be an intern out of college, so I already know what that looks like when you are unfamiliar with the environment. You have no idea what kind of projects you're going to work on. You don't want to sound like you don't know what you're talking about. So putting that group under the wings of leadership, not just me, but all leaders, have the opportunity to mentor and to coach and provide direction. And there is no such thing as a dumb question.
Right.
At all. So everybody gets to ask what they want. So I'll call it pipeline of talent. It is so important to nurture that talent pool and ensure that they feel valued, they're an asset, but they're learning something too. And they can take that skill set and apply it and then want to possibly come work for us.
And that's huge. Too often we have young people who don't have mentors.
Yeah.
How do we create? I was thinking this a couple of months ago. Some friends of mine were caught in a conversation about how to navigate the growth to get to the next level of your career. But one of the things that I really wondered about was if we start in middle school, how would that help develop somebody by the time they get ready to go to college? I have friends where we've talked about that whole middle school gap is huge. And not everybody's ready to make that senior high school level or ready to go into college because they're still stuck in that lower level.
Yeah.
How do we give that encouragement, and what do we need to do to help these young people develop themselves to be ready to go to college or to be ready to get a job? When they come to you, what do they need to really have? What's in their toolkit?
That's a very broad question. There's so many things to be packed into that piece of luggage. Middle school is a very interesting age because they're very impressionable with the classmates and what they think is important, let alone thinking about a career maybe 20 years from then. But I think it's important to teach or talk them the same way I talk to a high schooler. To me, college is table stakes, or getting to something that's a trade skill is table stakes. You've got to have something that you can put your name behind that says, I know how to do this.
Okay.
But in the security space, I think it's about having great soft skills. It's not all technical all the time. There are very technical, I'll call it positions, but there's some non-technical positions. But just being able to articulate a story and being able to tell a person the why behind it. When you're young like that, you're just bright eye about the possibilities. We don't want to damper that at all.
Yes.
We want to encourage that. And then give them a path of how do you get there. So finding out what do you want to do. In middle school, nobody knows what they really want to do. They want to be a basketball player or, influencer. And it wasn't around. Well, influencer was not around with me. So you just got to channel that energy of whatever they're really excited about and kind of give them some options of what they can follow as a path.
Yes.
And also keep their eyes wide open to happening around them because it's not all about them. So they can't be self-centered. You've got to pay attention to everyone else around you as you navigate this thing called life. And things will happen. Everything does not happen perfectly. My career did not happen as a straight trajectory. It went sideways. It went backwards a little bit. It excelled forward. Be open to change.
Yes.
Be open to change. My dad gave me some really good advice when I first started in corporate America. And I thought, okay, I'm coming out of school. I'm going to have this great job. And I'm going to just excel. And he says, before you go in just trying to change the world, there's some things you need to consider.
Yes.
There are three types of people. There's people who watch things happen. There's people who make things happen. And there's people who wonder what happened. You need to figure out who you want to be.
Say that one more time.
There's people who watch things happen. There's people who make things happen. And there's people who wonder what happened.
And that's real, girl.
I'll never forget that.
Real. That is real.
It made me pause and think. And anybody can use that from middle school, high school, college. That is when you walk into a room.
Right.
You work on a project with other people. Who are you in that project?
Right.
Who are you for that company? So,
right. And how do you make yourself blend in an environment that you're not accustomed to?
Yes. Learn.
Yes.
Always learn. Don't be
Yes.
so quick to answer everybody's problems, especially if you're someplace new. Learn the environment. Learn who you are. I think it's important to have self-reflection.
Yes.
Who are you as a person? How do you
Yes.
like information brought to you? How do you deliver information? I think words matter.
They do.
I'm very intentional when people use words to pause a conversation and ask, what do you mean when you use that word? Just so we're all on the same page, because we didn't all come from the same household.
Right. Or the same region.
Or the same region.
Yes.
Absolutely. So words can sometimes trip us up. And there's a lot of misunderstandings that happen when we use words that we think we know the definition behind it.
But also, there was an experience that I had 100 years ago, and when I was starting out, and there was an organization, I'm not going to name anybody, but they didn't know me, and they needed to really get an understanding that I would still be able to fit into their environment. And it was very difficult for them, and they always tested me. I can't go into a lot of detail, but they did test me a lot. And finally, one day I had to explode. But they were waiting to see whether or not I would. And so that test lasted with me to this day, that there are environments that you may be in where you have to have caution to be certain that whatever it is that you're doing is not going to impact you and your career negatively. So you have to be present.
Yes. In my experience, I have faced a lot of those type of challenges. Can I control anyone else's opinions, perceptions, thoughts about who people may have thought I was or what I was about? I think that I try to be very thoughtful and considerate of others. But again, I've run into situations in my career that did not work out the way I thought it was, even with my good intention being on the table. And I don't think anyone should feel discouraged too long. Okay, you can be on the non-party train for a minute, have a pity party moment, then get over it and learn, okay, what can I do different? If anything at all. Some things you can't. Some things are just things you have to go through to put a level of armor and awareness in your brain so that you just know that there are personas out there that will do X, Y, and Z, and you just are more prepared and not caught off guard as much the next time it may happen.
And that's real.
Yeah.
And sometimes when you're surrounded by people who are at the top area of their strategy, in order to not only do what they think we should be doing, but what they think they want you to do.
True.
Which you have to be very cautious in your movement around those players, but also getting to know all the people as you go through the hierarchy.
Yeah.
And who they are and what they bring to the table.
Definitely.
I used to take notes.
I take mental notes.
But I used to take notes.
Yeah.
And by the time I got through, I had a better idea of what I needed to do in order to work with them.
Yes, that's so important. I would not marginalize that point, okay? Knowing people and how they move, how they talk, what their intentions are, is a part of anyone's role. You've got to be aware and not assume anything. Get to know folks. So normally people have good intentions, but there are people out here who don't, which is fine. Knowing how you show up in those scenarios is key. Know thyself is for real. You got to know thyself and be comfortable. To be true. You got to know yourself and then be comfortable with that. There's not always going to be a cheerleading squad for you. Right. Sometimes I used to look in the mirror and just give myself self-affirmation of you're good enough.
Sometimes you do.
Yes.
That's exactly right.
You can do this, regardless of the naysayers. Do not let that dissuade you. And of course, you have your parents. They always love you. Of course. You have my sisters. They love me.
Yes.
I have a husband. He loves me.
Of course. Yes.
But you have
that
to.
over there?
Yeah, absolutely. You got to persevere. It is on
real.
It is.
And ain't nobody going to help you do that.
No.
Because they're not everybody doesn't want you to be successful.
Not at all.
So you got to pay attention to all of that and receive all of those movements.
Yes.
Watching the eyes and the body language when people are having the conversation. They really are. And I didn't learn that for years, but I'm telling you, once I had somebody to sit with me and say, you know what, Marcia, I really like you and what you're doing, but let me just say these 5 things you need to deal with.
Yes. So feedback. Feedback is a gift.
Huge.
And I learned in an organization I used to work for on how to give and how to receive feedback. And sometimes that can be so powerful. If you want to understand maybe how you're showing up to other people, ask them to give you feedback.
Yes.
If you want to give someone feedback, ask them, hey, can I offer you some feedback? Give them an opportunity to say yes or no.
That's huge.
But it is huge to get that insight information. And the more you do that, in real time, you'll start to see how others see you. And they get to learn a little bit more about you and your intentions from the jump street.
And you have to be comfortable with yourself as
You
well
do.
as you navigate, because sometimes these doors open not necessarily for who's coming through, but who they want to come through.
Agreed.
And so we have to be ready at all times, at all levels
Sure.
of the expectation, and pay attention
Yeah.
to what's around you and take notes.
Take notes, absolutely.
Take notes, the behaviors, what they did, how they did certain things. We just got to be present.
You have to be present. That goes back to those three things my dad said.
Yes.
You watch things that are happening. Just watch, take notes, mental notes. You want to write down, fine, but take notes, and then figure out how do you want to navigate in that environment. That is so important.
Yes.
And it can trip you up. It takes practice. No one is good at it. I was never good at this from the beginning. I
Right.
was like, oh, this is horrible. I
Right.
make mistakes.
Right.
But I learned from them.
But we do.
You can't beat yourself up too long.
Yes. And just be grateful that that's where you are. And by the way, you know how to navigate it.
Yeah.
Because you've also surrounded yourself with people who will support you.
Yes.
We need to have that.
Yes.
We have a group of us that we keep ourselves together and we interact all out. We call ourselves the circle. It can't be broken.
Yeah, great. Yeah, you do need that.
And I rely on them.
Yes.
And they rely on me. We rely on one another.
Yes.
Because we know, and they're in different corporations, in
Yes.
different levels.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, but you've got to bring it all together to be able to get what you need in
Yes.
order for you to be the best manager that you can be.
Absolutely. I call that my personal board of directors.
I love it.
And that group of 6 or 7 people rotate depending on where I am in my life,
I love
my
it.
career. You can't have your parents on the board because everything you do is wonderful and great.
Of course.
So it's got to be people who are going to have a person that plays a role that's a wise sage, somebody who's going to always give you that wisdom
Yes.
perspective.
Yes.
And then you need someone who's going to check you. Somebody who's going to say, that sounds crazy, and you look crazy, so
Yeah.
don't do that.
That's real.
Yes, and then you need someone who is going to also be pragmatic for something, who will kind of step it out and make you challenge yourself a little bit, stretch you. So having this personal board of directors, which I've had for over 20 years now, has been crucial
Yes.
to getting myself to not believe my own headlines.
Okay.
Understanding what
That's
reality.
hard, though. That's hard. That is hard. That is hard.
Understanding reality, and then at the same time, figuring out where I can show up and be better.
Yes.
You know, I'm always trying to improve. I feel like the best version of myself should show up for everybody all the time, and I need a board of directors that helps me keep that on that path.
I love it. I love it. 3 things before we leave that you would do if you were your younger self.
Oh, if I got to talk to that young lady again, I would tell her, 1, do not let anyone tell you or give you a belief that you're not good enough or capable. I came through a time where there was not a lot of women in IT, and I was typically the only female. So it was a lot of difficultness balancing, am I good enough, not good enough? So I would tell my younger self, you're good enough. Go for it. Take calculated risks. Do not be afraid to step out on that edge. You don't need to be bleeding edge,
Right.
but just get on the edge.
Yeah.
Okay. And be okay with that. And if you make a mistake, it's okay. It is not going to ruin your life.
Right.
The third thing I would tell my younger self is have more fun. You take yourself too seriously, and everything is not just ones and zeros. It's relax, you know, smile more, but smile with an intention to have some fun. And this is how I brought it forward in my career.
I love it. Thank you so much, Angela. And hopefully we'll be able to see you every year.
Oh, that'd be nice.
You know this your family now.
Yeah. I appreciate it. This has been great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Take care and congratulations
Thank
on
you
your
again.
award.
Thank you very much.
All right, it's Marsha Jude, and we'll be right back.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be, a safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Welcome back, everybody. We've come to what might be the most personal industry on our list today, because every single person is watching this. Every student, every veteran, every parent, every teacher, and every one of us who's been touched by healthcare. You've been to a doctor, you've sat with a sick family member, you've waited for a test result. You felt the difference between a system that works and a system that doesn't. And the truth is, healthcare in America is being reinvented in real time. AI is reading medical images faster than radiologists. Algorithms are designing new drugs in months instead of decades. Wearables are catching heart conditions before symptoms ever show up. Genomic sequencing is making medicine personal, built around your DNA, not someone else's average. And immunotherapy is teaching the human body to fight cancer in ways we couldn't have imagined 10 years ago. Veterans, the VA, the Department of War Health System, and the entire biotech industry are looking for your operational discipline, your leadership, and your mission focus. Students, if you want a career where the work you do literally adds years to people's lives, healthcare is calling your name. But here's the thing nobody tells you. Behind every breakthrough drug, every life-saving diagnostic, every smart hospital, there are operations people making it actually work. The systems, the teams, the relentless cutting of unnecessary steps so doctors can spend more time with patients and less time clicking buttons or even writing reports. This is exactly what our next presenter has built her career around. Marissa Kelly is the Senior Manager of Customer Operations at Adaptive Biotechnologies, a pioneering biotech company using the science of the human immune system to transform diagnostics and treatments for some of the most challenging diseases on Earth. Marissa builds and scales the kind of operations that make breakthrough medicine actually reach the people who need it. She brings a startup mindset, agility, and relentless focus on what actually improves the patient experience. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Marissa Kelly.
Thank you so much. What an amazing introduction. I am Marissa Kelly, and I've worked in healthcare and biotechnologies for most of my career. I currently work at a very cool company called Adaptive Biotechnologies that primarily focuses on blood cancer testing. And I wanted to start off today with just a quick thought experiment, asking you to take a moment and think about the last time that you were trying to do something and it wasn't working. Maybe a website wouldn't load, or you were trying to get something delivered and you were stuck waiting on something that should have felt really simple. That frustration and that moment where you're like, why is this so hard? Is what I built my career on. and what I do for a living every day. So let me go ahead and pull up my slides here. When I was sitting in your seat, I really didn't know this is what my job would become each day. Um, it's probably not even a job that I knew existed. Frankly, it's kind of a career I fell into. So I wanted to walk you through that journey today and tell you how I kind of stumbled into the role that I sit in currently. So I'm going to go to my next slide. I, like many people who end up in healthcare, actually wanted to be a physician at first. So I started out my journey pursuing, those pre-med recs and obtaining my degree in health science. And a lot of my early roles were at, doing care coordination and frankly just entry level customer service roles and even doing things like drawing blood. So, not glamorous positions by any mean, but you learn really quickly what makes patients unhappy and what makes a customer experience a bad one, frankly. And it was kind of a master class for me in customer service. And something I learned early on in my career is that a lot of times when things weren't working, it wasn't because people weren't working hard enough. It was because the systems and tools that they were using to do their job just weren't serving them well enough. So throughout all of my early career, I really became someone who was the annoying new person questioning, why are we using this old sticky note method? Why haven't we digitized these charts yet? What can we do to take some of those baby steps towards optimization? And that is what kind of led me to my current position at Adaptive Biotechnologies, where I think of me and my team. I sit on a small team within our customer operations department that really just works to make things better. We're trying to design the customer experience and ensure that operations can scale over time. And it's really, a difficult balance at times, but a very fun role to be in. And there's always more work to do as we grow as a company and as the industry changes. So my role in customer operations, it's to do just like they said in the intro. I'm always trying to think of how we can build workflows and better tools and trying to design kind of the rules and handoffs that we have behind the scenes in order to deliver test results to patients. It's always a difficult balance between trying to do right by patients and make sure that they have test results in hand when they need them. It feels really challenging some days when you're thinking about that patient and keeping them in mind because you're at such a critical point in their trajectory. Sometimes you're involved in their diagnosis or remission or medication decisions that are being made. So you always have that as kind of your true north, but you're balancing a lot of competing priorities throughout your day. Those customers want their answers fast and they want it to be a seamless experience, but you also have to make sure that your support teams have manageable workloads. And then you're making trade-offs against, the tech team's needs and the fact that they need a long runway in order to develop new tools and new systems for your teams to execute their job. So examples of decisions I'm making throughout my day, sometimes, you're making trade-offs and wondering if you should wait for a perfect system or create something now that's going to meet the customer's needs today, or unblock a customer experience. A lot more of what I'm doing as of late is also trying to determine what things should be automated and what things maybe need to be kept manual for the time being to reduce risk. And then you're always just trying to find that difficult balance between like prioritizing speed and accuracy and making sure that we're optimizing appropriately, and being able to scale our teams in a way that keeps employees happy at the end of the day and wanting to do the work. So it's a really fun and rewarding role, and a really fun and rewarding career. They have these types of jobs in any industry. Um, it's almost kind of an addicting thing once you get that operations bug, because you'll be sitting in line at the, Madison, Wisconsin airport and the wheels start turning of, I wonder what's making this a good experience, and all the systems and handoffs they have behind the scenes in order to make it so I like being here, or I don't like being here. So it's a career I never envisioned for myself, but really serves my personality. And in hindsight, once I look back at my trajectory, it really makes sense that I've ended up where I have. So I want to talk about automation for a little bit. Um, Things are changing rapidly, and my job, I will say, um, what it was even 3 years ago versus today, it's kind of unrecognizable in how I actually log into my computer and execute on my tasks throughout the day. Personally, I am in constant contact with AI. I use it all day, every day to do just basic things like drafting and refining communications, and summarizing information in a really coherent way based on the audience, and just thinking through problems and structuring my ideas. It's definitely improved the speed with which I can execute on things. Before, for example, when I was interacting with our Salesforce team, maybe, and looking at ways that my teams could better leverage Salesforce, I had a lot of back and forth between either our admin or the Salesforce sales team to figure out what is possible. Now I can have those conversations kind of in real time and ask it what other teams are doing, what we could be doing better. So it's made just the pace of which I'm able to explore opportunities super fast, and frankly, super fun to be able to self-serve a lot of that information. Um, and then a big portion of my job that I just didn't foresee and has recently become, one of my main focuses is helping my teams decide not just what should be automated, but what should not be automated, or maybe isn't ready to be automated yet. With AI and, and the technologies we now have at our disposal, I get a lot of asks from my teams about ideas they have and opportunity that they see in their current role. And it's always that balance between wanting to hear them out, wanting to truly explore the opportunities they're bringing to me, but also trying to slow people down and kind of have them do the work to optimize before they automate. So there's a lot of just AI readiness that I'm kind of weeding through right now as a leader on my team in customer ops, and trying to think about how can we build a really robust knowledge base that's digitized and ready and waiting when we do want to leverage AI. And so to that end, there's, I think, a bunch of new opportunities popping up across multiple industries and roles like mine that are newly being created that will have a specific focus on AI. So there's AI operations and enablement roles that are very similar to mine, but more specific, and automation program management roles, and all of these new, as we queue up more co-pilots, these roles opening up of kind of the human in the loop reviewers for those new systems. So it's a really exciting time to be part of the workforce. I feel very lucky that I get to participate and watch it unfold. And I have children right now, and I'm like, I just can't imagine what their work world and their work life will look like. Um, but I'm ready for it. I'm excited to to see how it all unfolds over the next couple of years. So, skills to start building now. I have a lot written on this slide, and I was thinking as I was putting together this presentation, I tried to narrow it down to the three most important things, and they're applicable to any role. So whatever, regardless of what industry you're choosing to go into, I think the first and most important thing is developing clear communication and storytelling. Um, it's going to serve you in any role and at any level you're in. Communicating your ideas is one of the most important aspects of any position you'll hold. And AI is wonderful at supporting you in this endeavor. As I mentioned before, I use it pretty much all day, every day to refine my ideas and even cater my ideas to a specific audience. So if I'm preparing a presentation like this one, I might ask it to view it through an executive lens and see what advice it could give me. It's kind of like having a non-judgmental mentor that's there with unlimited time, which is really valuable. So you can bounce ideas off of it, upload an entire presentation, and ask it to help you make it better, which is wonderful. And another skill you need to develop is problem solving. This is certainly the most important skill in my current role and what I like to say I do all day, every day. I think a lot of problem solving is, when you're early on in your career, you think you have to have the perfect answer, but oftentimes it's just asking the right questions. And I think if you walk away with nothing else from me as far as advice goes today, the big advice that I would give you and that I give every young person early on in their career is you want to be known as the problem solver at work. You want to be the one who is raising their hand to be the guinea pig for the new system. If you use Salesforce, you master Salesforce. If you're interacting with Epic, you know every click in Epic and how to do things faster and better. And you're helping your team members learn those new tools and systems. It served me really well in my role. And frankly, it just makes life more exciting when you're the one coming to the table going, how can I approach this problem in a new way? Have we tried this? Can we try that? No manager or leader I've ever had has been upset when I've come to them and said, I identified a problem and I think I know how we could solve it. That's always going to serve you in your career. And then the third is data and analytical thinking. And again, I don't think this is always about, having all the answers or knowing it all perfectly. I think a lot of it is just noticing patterns and asking really good questions when you're presented with data, so that you can make strategic decisions at work and in your personal life as well. So those are kind of the three main skills I would encourage you all to foster if you are interested in a career like mine. If you're looking for more concrete ideas about skills to build, you could explore project management professional certification. I don't personally have one. Some of my colleagues do. There's also the Six Sigma and Google Data Analytics. I think certifications are a nice to have. They're not necessarily going to get you the job, but there's certainly something you can do today to start preparing for future roles. And I think if I want, it's kind of cheesy, but if I leave you with anything today, it's asking you to think back to that moment that you thought of at the top of this call, that moment of frustration. And the next time you encounter a moment like that in your personal life or in your professional life, trying to think of that moment as a moment of opportunity, because that's truly what it is. With every frustration or system that's not working, there's somebody who eventually is going to come in and fix it and make it better. And that person could be you. So that's what I want to challenge and inspire you all to go do today. Thank you for the opportunity in talking with you all. Feel free to add me on LinkedIn. I'm happy to connect with you all and help you move forward in your careers.
And just like that, we've reached the end of day one. But before you log off, I need to sit with you with what just happened. In a single morning, you walk through the future of an entire economy. Christine Burkett opened our eyes to retail and the digital commerce engine reshaping how the world buys and sells. Tyrone Taborn opened our eyes to the power of apprenticeship, a real paid debt-free pathway into America's most in-demand careers. Cornell Johnson showed us the energy sector, the literal power behind everything we do. Dr. Talitha Washington handed us the map, the roadmap to education, credentials, and the workforce of tomorrow. Tyrone Smith pulled back the curtain on government and defense, the front line of national security and innovation. And Marissa Kelly reminded us that in healthcare, the breakthroughs that save lives don't happen without the people behind them. This is one day. Imagine what an entire career of these fields could do for you, for your family, and for this country. Now, here's what I want you to do tonight. If you're a student, go to STEMcityUSA.com and register. Let me repeat that again. If you're a student, go to STEMcityUSA.com and register right now. Get the free AI curriculum. Get the workbook. Get your access to IBM Skills Build. These are tools that cost real money, and they're being placed at your hands at no cost. Repeat that again, at no cost. Please don't waste that time or this opportunity. If you're a veteran or a transitioning service member, your country is asking you to serve again. Not in uniform this time, but with your discipline, your leadership, and your mission focus. The virtual job fair is open. Walk through it. Talk to the employers. Take the next mission. If you're an educator, a program leader, or a school administrator, register your students, your unit, your transition program. Bring this back to your community. Build the pipeline and do it now. Listen, AI, cybersecurity, quantum computing, these are not just industries. They are the new battlegrounds of national leadership. And other countries are not waiting on us to catch up. Trust me. Service to nation is not just an event. It is a movement. It is a movement that requires you. We started this morning with a high school senior staring at a laptop and a service member folding a uniform. I want to close with this. You are not alone. You're not behind. You are right on time. We will see you tomorrow for day 2. Until then, go build something. I'm Dr. Victor McCrary. God bless you, and God bless America.
This spring, we're launching Service to Nation, a national virtual job and career fair, a nationwide movement to connect America's high school students with careers of purpose, innovation, and service. From rural towns to urban schools, Service to Nation invites grades 10 through 12 to explore emerging fields like artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and quantum computing, while meeting real employers, colleges, and national service organizations. Our message is clear: your future, your service, your nation. This campaign isn't just about jobs. It's about civic readiness, workforce development, and national impact. With videos, social content, and live experiences, we'll reach students where they are and give partners a platform to meet mission-driven young talent. Together, we'll inspire a generation to learn, serve, and lead. Service to Nation, a national virtual job and career fair. Learn more at servicetonation.org.